the unknown, down the rabbit hole, where it stops no one knows. We're going headed into the unknown. Na, 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 na.
Hello, everybody. Happy Wednesday to everybody. Hi, C-Dub. What's up, 1960? Hi, Malicious Intent. I hope you're doing well and give Karen hugs. Hey, Erin. What's up, Ava? Hi, Journey Takes a Trip. Listening to my voice makes you happy. I'm glad it does for somebody. Hi, Lilith. What's up, JoJo? Hi, Dustin. Hi, Just Deb. Hey, Tony. KW Ted's in the house. Hi, Cool Gamer. I'm missing Unsolved Crime. What's up, Sleuthy Goosey? Hey, Shaz. That was me saying I want some lasagna. Hi, ATS. Hey, Tree Baby Tennessee. Grace. Hey, Kilt. Emily's mom's over here like, I'm going to go make a lasagna and not share it with you guys. Hey, Ariel. Jax. Hi, Jax. Hey, Freckled Joy. It's good to see you. I haven't seen you for so long. Hey, Amanda. Erin, I need this so much after having listened to Kurt on... Okay, so I started listening. That was a really long live, so I have not made it all the way through. I'm completely misunderstanding everything because his intro to the case is Goal's response. Ooh, that is kind of terrifying. But, you know, it actually brings up a really good point that we should discuss. Hey, Polygraph. What's up, Brainy? BG. Hey, Tomboy. I feel so much better. I still have a terrible cough and I'm still somewhat congested, but I just like, I'm on the uphill instead of the downhill. So we'll take it. That's what we need. Marshall, Lady V, Meta Mom, Carol. Hey, Just Me JP from Arkansas, Lone Pony. Hey, Sarah Lynn. Hey, Teresa. What's up, Miranda? I was going to say Miranda and Little Gambler at the same time. That was the combo. You're Miranda. No, that's your guys' new name together. Just FYI. So me having stuffed shells wouldn't be nice. That's so messed up, Tomboy. Italian food is like my ultimate favorite food. I absolutely love Italian food. Hey, Cindy. Welcome. So I'll have to put out a little disclaimer then, because this is really going to be more informal. Obviously, we're going to review a lot of information that anybody who's kind of been around the case already really knows about. It will be a nice little refresher for some of us. And, you know, there's nothing like earth-shattering, groundbreaking happening. And if there is, and I tell you that and you leave, then I don't know what to tell you. So that's on you. But I don't think. I mean, we're just going to go through what we know and, you know, where we're at now and how there's a growing crew of people on social media who are adamant that this guy is the right guy and that he's the one who committed these murders. It's just so, I mean, I'm not there yet. You guys all know where I kind of stand. I'm back and forth depending on when you ask. I typically am kind of just right in the middle of, I'm just unsure. So I just figured this would be good to kind of go through and maybe we can wrap our minds around how people are so just done and just think, yeah, this is it. This is the right guy. This is the right path. So that's what I said. We'll do him a skincare. Yeah, gotta be consistent. Hey, Jen P. I can't let it go, Marshall. I don't know. I feel like I'm paying attention to the other cases. Like I was watching parts of Murdoch yesterday with the plea deal sentencing. But there's a couple attorneys on that case that just really, what do they say? Like, grind my gears. Like they just bug the shit out of me, and I just can't stand listening to them and their grandiose, attitude. I don't know what it is. So I only could listen to bits and pieces of it. And then this morning I spent my morning listening to the Chad Daybell hearing. Have you guys watched it? You guys did, who here watched or follows either of those cases? You follow Chad Daybell, Alex Murdoch. Hi, Hybrid. Yeah. Hey, Music City Mom. Please say prayers for our family. Yesterday we went to a funeral for us. Oh. That's heartbreaking. What's up, Digital? Hey, Mandy. Hey, Miranda. You got 2 hot cocos today? I put pants on instead of shorts. I mean, I put pants on every day, you guys. But I put, instead of shorts, I have, well, they're almost full pants. They're like capris. But I have tennis shoes on instead of sandals. I mean, that's when you guys start to know this shit's getting real over here in the Southern California. On the uphill, but still fighting. Can you post in your chat your members? Shoot, did I not do that? Let me go grab it really quick. I thought I did. I know I've been trying to be better about posting it for everybody and like pinning it, but it's not a habit yet. You have to do it. What do they say? Do it every day for 30 days and then it becomes a habit or something. I'm really bad at that. Unless it's bad for you. If it's bad for you, then I can definitely make it a habit. Where the hell did I put it? It's in here somewhere, I swear. There it is. I don't know. I'll have to go to YouTube to pin it. Jacksonville, I follow them all. Let me see what you guys said. You do think he is BG? That's interesting. Okay. About 30% of the people believe anything that law enforcement says. Well, this law enforcement anyway. I don't believe really much of what they say in this case. Nana Banana! Hi, honey. What makes me angry is the judge claims she fired the lawyers because she was concerned for his case, but she would not approve the move to another holding cell. Yeah, she cares. Yeah, she totally cares. And then she called them liars about what they said was happening at Westville. I don't know. You follow Chad. You follow Alec Murdoch. You follow Murdoch. See, Dub, it's just like you just get me. I don't even have to say the names and you just get me. They bug the ever-living shit out of me. I cannot handle those 2 men. They're so just grandiose in their, look at me, I'm so wonderful, and look at all the great things I've done, and I'm just like, ugh. I don't like either one of those men. Jackson. Oh, Alex, you wore shorts today? And of course you did. You probably had a tank top on too. You crazy girl. The high 40s and you still have on shorts? Dang, you guys are like living on the edge. Hey, Borders girl. Welcome, welcome. Shmita, my love. You guys put these like members and you guys have been members for so long and I'm just like, I can't even believe that we've been here for this long now. Are you really ATS? Oh, we have to talk. In the negatives here and 12 inches of snow in one storm. Oh, hell no. That's why I don't live anywhere where it snows. Is he still alive? Double the heat. I thought he was done. Innocent until proven guilty. Yes. Ultimately, right now, he is still innocent. But do we think that they're on the right path with the right guy? Because that's kind of what I look at. But you don't think he was alone. Just got new video of Logan's interview. That's interesting. I'm new, but the Delphi new issues are intriguing me. Is there an informational where I can catch up on Odin, Leaks, Crazy Judge, and I follow them all? Well, Angel, I have, I don't know, a lot of videos in the Delphi playlist that goes over like the whole Odin report and all the things that went along with it. We read through it. It took us like 6 episodes to go through it, probably because we were just like, oh, what the heck? And then you have to kind of go through, what do you think is real? What do you think isn't? And, but like a quick one, ooh, I don't know. You could probably sit down and read that memorandum in a couple of hours. Oh, it's Candy Cane. Borders, girl, look at you switching it up. Hey, Terry. Can you do a poll asking where everyone stands at this point regarding guilt or innocence? Yeah, I sure will. I missed the past 2 days, so are we big picture as of today? So I ended up not doing a live yesterday. I actually went Christmas shopping and wrapped Christmas presents. I know, it's not even December. I'm like trying to get ahead of the game here. You know, that's what happens. You have 3 kids and there's too much with all the extracurriculars. I'm like, I have to like take the opportunity to do what I can right now. So there's so many levels to this thing that it's odd, because there's so many questions that we could ask, like the broadest, of course, like, do you believe he's innocent? Do you believe he's guilty? Do you believe that the jury will even find him innocent or guilty? And obviously this is all just based on what we know now, not what, you know, what is going to come out at trial necessarily, because we don't know that information. But then there's like the whole middle ground of like everything that's happening with the Supreme Court, and where do we stand with that? And does that, if you think that Judge Gull is being biased and doing things inappropriately, does that automatically put you on the side where you think he's innocent? Or like, where do we fall there? So for today, what I wanted to do, I just want to go through what we know about the Richard Allen situation, what we know about what they have on Richard Allen, see if the information that we've been given to this date puts us in a path where we think they have the right guy that they're prosecuting. Because I every day I seem to see like there's an entire group of people who are adamant, like they're just like, yeah, it's over, it's done, the guy's the right guy. And I get that feeling because I have that feeling about other cases. Like there's people who are still concerned about like Brian Kohberger, if he's the right guy, if he's being set up. I don't have that concern. I feel like I don't talk about that case a lot because, or currently, I mean, I have, and then I will when a trial comes, but I don't talk about it a lot right now. Well, 1, because I'm stuck in freaking Delphi, but 2, because I feel like they're on the right path with what's happening. I feel like they have the right person, and I just feel like myself, I feel good about that case. There are other people who don't. So it's like, how do I end up on this side in Delphi? But there's so many people who are on the side where no, they think that he's the right one. And how do we all look at the same information? How do we look at the same information and come up with completely different scenarios on all of the cases? Because like we were just talking, like with Murdoch, I am not sold that he actually killed his wife and son. Do I think that he's probably a piece of crap human being? Yeah. And do I think he will deserve to spend time in prison? Yep. Do I think that he stole all the money and did all that stuff? Yeah. Do I think that he's telling the whole truth? No. But, you know, there's other people who are like, what the hell are you thinking that you don't think he actually did it? Of course he did it. So how do we all look at this information and get to totally different conclusions? How does that happen? So, hi for criming out loud. Sabrina. Chad has a resting toe face. God, I can't stand that guy. Can't stand that Chad Daybell. But yeah, just don't like him. Hope they continue with going with the death penalty, which I think they will. During your summer months, I was so envious because it was winter here. It's warmer here at the moment, but it's certainly better than 30. I would die. Well, it's not 30 here. I mean, it is Southern California. I think it's like 60, but that shit's cold for me. Don't judge. I think there was never a BG on that bridge, so Alan can't possibly be BG. That's another interesting point, is there are people who are right on they do not think that those are legit. They think that the bridge guy video is garbage. They think that the photo of Abby on the bridge is garbage. More than one person involved. 12-year-old forklift chase. There's a 12-year-old on a forklift being chased? Or am I reading that incorrectly, Gambler? No way. I'm bundled up. It's freezing. Hey, Dom. How are you, honey? I am disgusted with Alex Murdaugh because I wonder if he will get out early because of who he is. I mean, I don't see how anyone else could have come. See, like, this is exactly my point. I know. And how do we get... I think that he knows more about what happened. I don't think that he pulled the trigger. Or at least they didn't prove to me in that trial that he did. Ooh, shorts all year round. No, 2 have to be involved. I did. That's what I normally do. I just have my sweatshirt on with my shorts and the sandals. I think there's several people involved. Chad's like a hologram every day. And does he even really exist? He's just like he's so weird. Like, and I made a comment. It was probably very inappropriate because I was like, why is he even fighting against the death penalty? Like, what does he care? Because he thinks that, you know, the end of the world was supposed to have already happened. He wouldn't even be here anyway. What does he care? What's up, Johnny? I saw your video earlier, and I'm glad that you covered the her name's Valerie Tyndale, I believe is what her name is, the 17-year-old that was found in Indiana. She went missing in June. I was kind of lightly following along with that. So I'm glad that you did a video on that earlier, Johnny. Because some of those cases just don't get any, nobody talks about them ever. And that family's just as broken as all these other families that we do talk about. Do you like, it's so not done. It has so much work to do. But I thank you, Marshall. I listened to Daybell today too. Yeah, I was just like, but I think it'll be an interesting trial. So we now have cameras that are going to be in both Idaho courtrooms for Koberger and Daybell. That's crazy to me. And they're not going to do pool cameras because there's trust issues with what these camera people are showing or not showing, but they're going to stream it with their own equipment. Hey, Rainey, why is the state delaying if they have such a great case, not buying their BS? Yeah, I'm with you. One thing Kurt caught is that Baldwin was Mirandized. So no duh, he hired a lawyer. Oh, really? I haven't got there yet on that video, so that's nice. I have never believed that Richard Allen did this. I think he was an easy target to get Liggett reelected, and I think a lot of Ellie covered up a lot. It's very possible. Or flip-flopping. I will. Sorry, guys, I sent myself into a coughing fit. You shocked, but not ready to rap. Hey, True Crime Thing, girl. The levels are deep. And all the rabbit holes. Hi, Salty C. I'm like way behind on chat, apparently. I'm usually good at stuff like this, and I just can't get the feeling he did it, and I just think it was like the Odin people. Or like somebody named Odin, Teresa. I'm thinking you said Odin, but Goal is not the only red flag, just a glaring one. I just don't think he's the right guy. I really don't. I think they do have the right guy. Don't hate me. Nobody's going to hate you. Just one that was thrown into the spotlight by the defense. I used a good explanation for how they... I need a good explanation for how they lost RA for 6 years, then went back and are magically certain he's the guy. Well, there are people who think he is the guy, but are also stating that there is another tip that we, the public, are just completely unaware of, you know, with their inside information that they have. That, you know, I don't have sources, so you guys are here free balling it. Let me just tell you, we don't have. There's no inside sources to anything. He went to the police and told them he was there. I don't think he would if he was guilty. That's tough because there are people who like to insert themselves into a case. That's part of the deal with some of these weird killers. They just like to be a part of it. They want to feel like they're involved in it. They go and help try to investigate. They try to be witnesses. They try to get involved so they can keep a closer eye on what the investigation is showing. You think Koberger is the right guy? Yeah, that's where I'm at. I think they have the right guy too, Nana Banana. All this doubt makes it all so concerning. Yeah, Maya, I can't even say your name. Myosotis. I got a freaking cough again. Too much funny business. I think Alex M. hired someone to kill them. He didn't do it himself. Obviously still guilty. I don't even know. I think that he probably just screwed somebody over so bad they came and did it. And then tried to blame it on the fact that Paul screwed somebody over. But that's who knows. And he most likely will probably end up with a new trial. I'm just going to put that out there. So we'll probably have a whole nother get to see that happen. All right, hold on. I have a child here. Okay. But the dog video proves he was there minutes before, so it sure looked like he killed them. That was his stupidest mistake, in my opinion, is he should have just said that he was down there and then he left. But Salty C, 16 months, what's up with that? That's just crazy. I believe a lot of people could be connected. I haven't ruled him out yet. No judging, T. I lived in San Diego for 15 years. Loved it. Loved it. Oh, Dom. Okay, I want to say a little prayer for you. Say a little prayer for you. Ah, see, Adrian, you, me, we get each other. So many of us came together, but when new cases arose, we split off because everyone wasn't on the same side anymore. And that's what I always try to say. Like, I hate that. I hate that about Watts. I hate that it did that to so many people. I hate it did that to me and caused like rifts. Like when another case comes along, you agree. So like I really had to put in perspective, like somebody's opinion on a case isn't their whole person. Yeah, we're human beings. Like we have so many layers to our feelings and our thought process that it's just like, how do you judge just that one little instance? I can't do it. I'm adamant about not fighting about cases with people. I'm just not going to do it. And I don't, like really the only rule I have is I don't care what your opinion is. Just be nice. What's up, Ramblin' Rome? Hi, Lisa Lee. I know I'm behind on chat. What's up, J.E. Everett? Couldn't bring yourself to listen to Daybell. Hey, Diamond Eyes. Anyone surviving that Watts fiasco could get through anything. And that's true. I don't know. Delphi's a bit on the crazy side too. People just hate each other. There's so much anger and so many people that are just, they just yell at each other all the time. And they just yell at their chat and tell their guys are morons. You're a bunch of idiots and dipshits and da da da. I can't. I'm going to skip down some. So if I miss you, I'm really, really sorry. What's up, MB? Hey, Rena. Vanilla. What's happened? Stupid YouTube said 1:45 a.m. for you. Damn. 1:45 a.m. That is silly. Would you put Scott as a suspect in the Delphi, being it's still an ongoing case? Just asking, body was found on his property may be more interesting. I actually, I think I started looking into it when I was looking into different crimes that happened, and you know, they were kind of ongoing when all of this came up. That's kind of how I came across her case. I don't know. I would be interested to know who he's connected to, who Scott is actually connected to. Hold on, tiny human. What's up, baby? Yeah, can you talk to Daddy though? He's on a call. You can have some food, of course. What kind of food are you going to have though? What? I don't think anybody's going to be able to make that for you though. You're going to have to wait. Jake can't, and Kaylee's doing homework.
Jake can.
Jake doesn't know how to make a bologna sandwich if you paid him to. Okay.
He only did.
Good luck with that.
He did it 100 times.
That was a peanut butter and jelly. That kid doesn't eat bologna, so he wouldn't know what to do.
He made one before.
Okay. Good luck.
He made me one, remember?
I don't remember. I think Kaylee made it, but okay.
No, Kaylee and Jake made it.
Okay.
One for Kaylee and one for Jake.
Okay. Sounds good. You didn't think that Alec did it either? Haunted Stella. They say on that thumb drive map that that they believe that Kathy actually went to the girls' memorial or to the girls' viewing. I don't think that, well, because of Buster. That would be my thought on that. I love Judge Newman though. He's just so badass. My wife just raging at late age. He has no examples of questionable behavior either, and no one has come out and said anything at all, in my opinion. Well, nobody really, you're talking about Delphi, nobody really can. Nobody really can come out and say anything. They can't come out in defense of him, and they can't come out against him. Nothing could happen. Hey, Caitlin. I love your channel. I love your lives. I'm just getting up my nerves. Aw, welcome. We appreciate you being here. I know, but, I heard rumor Ari's wife told him to go talk to police. I've heard that rumor, too. No, nothing substantial to back it up. He knew the 3 out of 4 witnesses saw him there, so... Or did he actually just go because he thought he was going to be helping? That's the tough call. Did he just go, hey, yeah, I was there earlier that day? Well, were you there between 1:30 and 3:30? He's like, yeah, I was. I left at about 1:30. The only people I saw was 3 young girls. That's all I saw. There was no guy there. But then you have other points that you have to add in. So that's what we're going to talk about. I'm just reading. Like I said, this is way more chill than I'm not me just showing you everything. I just wanted to talk to you guys and kind of just go over things. I hardly ever find myself thinking someone is innocent before trial, but I cannot see R.A. being guilty. And honestly, that's heartbreaking for him and his family if he is innocent. Absolutely. Absolutely. Would we feel the same? Would we feel the same and care that he was put into a prison, that if he was truly mistreated or abused in any way being at the prison, would we feel that way if he was innocent? And that's a really tough call, because I think about that, and I think about people who I believe are guilty or people who have already been proven guilty, and do I really care what happens? Sometimes, but not all the time. Do you? It might be. I don't know. I left the toxicity of Watch so long ago that it's hard for me to tell. But it definitely has a ringer. Hi, Nance. Everyone has their own mind, but I may say it's like this thing of anger attacks us. You were right. Yeah, I can't do that. I can't get mad at people because they think and view things differently than I do. They rule the world. Not for this kid. The little one, he likes bologna sandwiches. It's like he's like an addict. And then he thinks his older brother is going to help him make one. I'm like, that kid doesn't eat bologna. Wouldn't even know how to make a bologna sandwich. I keep hearing, hi, Inspector Gadget, by the way. I keep hearing this whole thing about that Libby reminded him of his daughter, and does that make it motive? I don't know. I'm not sure I'm there with any of that yet. I just don't. That he, like, his daughter graduated, moved out, and that's when he started drinking a lot. And I don't know. That actually reminds me of Watts, because remember, if you guys followed the Watts case, they tried to say that, like, when Chris moved out, that his dad, like, started snorting cocaine. And I'm like, yeah, because in your 40s, you're just like, yeah, let's just get on the cocaine wagon all of a sudden out of the blue. I don't know. It's just weird to me. I do think Koberger did it, but I think he had been in that house at some point and knew the layout of that house. But I would not be surprised, just me, I would not be surprised if he had creeped around in there when they were sleeping. But that, like I said, I digress. You haven't really missed anything. We're just chatting. We're just chit-chatting. Bart, man. Now the older son's coming to try to figure out what he's supposed to do about making a bologna sandwich. Watch, hold on. What's up?
No one will.
No one will? I'm sure that Daddy will as soon as he's done with this phone call.
Jake won't.
I told you that he doesn't know how.
How to what?
Make a bologna sandwich. Do you know how to make a bologna sandwich, Jake?
I've made one.
Can you make him one then?
He asked me to play.
You told me you were trying to get people to make you a bologna sandwich.
Yeah, but I asked Kaylee, she said no.
But I thought you were going to ask Jake.
I wasn't.
He wants a bologna sandwich, Jake. Can you help him? He tries, but he's not very good at it yet. Oh, come on. Help your little brother. Look at you. I didn't give you enough credit, kid. I didn't know you knew how to make one.
How would I not know?
Because you don't eat bologna sandwiches.
You just put bologna, cheese, and mayonnaise on
I know, but I didn't know that you knew.
it. Yeah, I know how to do anything.
I do think you know how to do stuff. Like make peanut butter and jelly. I gave you credit for that. There are so many people that were there that day, Grace, and then, but nobody wants to tell anybody who was there. That's one of the weirdest things about this whole thing to me, is why it's so secretive about who was even at the bridge that day. They like don't want like anybody to know anybody else was there. So they keep like removing people, like, oh no, they weren't there at that time. They were there at 6 a.m. Nope, they were there at 4 p.m. They keep removing all of these people. And then being like, nope, it has to be Richard Allen because he's the only one that was there at that time. And I'm like, but wait a minute. All those other people said they were there sometime, that day. And why aren't they looked at? Why do we just believe that? I don't know. That bothers me a lot. Hi, Shelly. I don't know if that's quite fair, because he technically is innocent, and I think their families should understand that. It's such a bad predicament to be put in, obviously, with having anybody in your life that like losing them this way, especially a child. But now they're in this next phase of what's happening, and it's the legal phase, and it sucks, and it's not really. I hate saying it like that, but it's not really for them. It's not for Abby and Libby. Ultimately, it's justice for them. But like at this point, the trial is for Richard Allen. It's like, it's more about his rights and where he's at versus where they are, if that makes any sense. And I don't mean to, like, I'm not trying to dismiss that at all, but I'm just trying to, like, I don't even know how to word it correctly where it doesn't come off like crude, because I'm not trying to be crude, but there's such a legal process that, like, technically Richard Allen is innocent. He has not been proven guilty by a jury of his peers. So he is. And it sucks because I don't want, in no way, shape, or form do I ever want to hurt the families, but if they don't get the right person, or there's some stupid judicial screw up like the stuff that we're talking about, then how do they go on? How do they go on? They're going to have to listen to it forever. I almost kind of feel like talking about the Watts case, that's really what it is. Like it goes back to that. Like, look, even though that guy took a plea deal, says he did it, there's still so much that was unanswered because he never had to actually admit what he did. He never had to admit how he did it. And now there's still controversy around that case on who was actually involved. So the families will never, they'll never be able to put that down. They'll never be able to let it go. They'll never have just the, not that they can put it away anyway, but that's what I'm trying to say. Like on the judicial side, the fact side, not the feeling side. That makes sense. I'm literally at work and I listen to you every night and I just screamed out loud that you just mentioned me. Oh my goodness. Don't do that. Don't scream. The boss will come and then he won't let you listen to me anymore. I think there's a lot of evidence we will not know until trial in Delphi, as with most cases, as it should be. True. Now, I think the bigger thing for me, and this is, I go back to when they arrested him, I was like, okay, they finally got their guy. They're going to put all the pieces together. They're doing this huge investigation. You know, they're going to get all the evidence that they need, and then we'll see it at trial. And I was good. Like, if you go back and watch my original Delphi stuff on this channel, then I was just like, okay, here we are. That's it. So we're going to just go on the right path. And you kind of just were watching. And then, you know, like I pay attention, like when the hearings were and whatnot. And I was like, okay, like, you know, back and forth. And then as soon as the defense attorneys were like, no, we want cameras, like something's wrong. We need more transparency. We want people to watch what's happening. And I was like, okay, why do they want us to watch? And so I start paying more attention, and then you get all the the Frank's memorandum, and then you get sucked into that. And not that I necessarily think it's Odin, but I've always thought there was some type of ritualistic aspect just based on what we heard about the crime scene. But they don't have any tie to Richard, and that's their struggle. That's where I struggle with that. Like, does anybody know that Richard was, or Rick, you know, they want to call him Rick, was Rick involved in any type of, or friends with anybody who was into that type of stuff, any type of ritualistic stuff, not just Odinism, any type of Norse paganism or anything along those lines? All right, I'm scrolling down. Mine's 15, Georgia. 15 is Jacob. He actually likes Jacob. He doesn't like Jake. But I'm like, no, that's what you're getting called. I'm your mother. You don't have a choice. You love a little glimpse into my life. The chaos that ensues. I'm so far behind you guys. I'm skipping some of your comments. Don't hate me. Again, how after 6 years can they suddenly be sure that Ari is guilty? Literally all he had to do was get rid of his gun. Yeah. And if he is guilty, I bet he's sitting there going, shit, I wish I'd gotten rid of that gun. Or at least the bullet that was in the little jewelry box. He's in prison instead of jail, for starters. He wants to keep his attorneys and isn't being allowed to do that. He talks with his attorneys were taped. They were recorded. There's a lot of pieces. Does all of that make him guilty, though? Does all of that make him innocent, though? Those are separate types of situations. And I also think that those get convoluted on social media, where if you say, I don't think he should be in prison, then you get the comments of like, well, why don't you go have him take care of your kids? And I'm like, well, one, I don't let anybody take care of my kids except for me and my husband, and sometimes their grandparents. Other than that, like, nobody watches my kids. I'm kind of weird like that. So no, I'm not going to have some random stranger, whether he did it or didn't do it, take care of my kids. So it's like, it's such a stretch. And then it's like you're being gaslit into like, you think he's innocent because you feel that way. And I'm like, I don't feel that way. Just because I'm not going to let him take care of my kids. They shouldn't, and I was trying to figure out exactly how much time they had, but I couldn't really come up with a good answer. So unless somebody in chat knows, I didn't know. But it's one of the things I want to ask Bob. And I asked Bob if he wants to come on sometime this week, and so we're hoping to shoot for Friday, unless there's a response on any of the writs from the Supreme Court. The culture Chris. My sister used to call me Terry. I hated it. But then when other people would try it, I was like, only my sister can call me that. Right. And you know that the transcript is supposedly been out there in part of this leak in the documents, the transcript of the confessions. That's ironic, Kel. Yeah, one of the only attorneys that we hear talk about that the bullet evidence is strong is the one that is scrumming in his interview. I think the prosecutor's podcast also believes that it's strong evidence. Here's the thing. It's only strong enough if it can be, if there's chain of custody and it even makes it to the trial. But let's just say that it is. It's only strong enough for what the experts can explain it to a jury. Because you got to remember, the jury's the one who has to decide whether it's important or not. So if you get an expert on the stand that's confusing or too complicated or uses really big words that people don't understand or has a really poor personality and just sits there all like those things matter to the jury. So it's really only as important as the experts try to say it is, and then those experts are going to counteract each other, and it'll come down to whether that bullet is important based on what expert the jury likes better. And that's it. It's up to the jury to decide his fate. Yep. I have this name. The voice wasn't recorded, but they still can't do that. No, Shelley doesn't have to stop. I love Shelley. The voice wasn't recorded, but his mouth was. So I mean, essentially, that's like saying if I speak sign language and you don't know what I'm saying. That doesn't mean you can't go find somebody that speaks sign language. They could go find somebody who reads lips just because it wasn't recorded. And the judge already ruled that actually wasn't okay that they were doing that and had them stop. So his phone calls and stuff would be recorded. I think the difference for me is that that's not how people who are not convicted are held until trial. They're held in a jail. I would love for anybody to find me how many people before they were convicted were put into the prison system. And I struggle with it mostly because they try to say, and they'd said in that June, July, whatever summer hearing it was, that, he's actually treated better than most. And I'm like, doubtful, because he doesn't even have the same, rights isn't the word that I'm looking for, but doesn't have the same guidelines as somebody who's convicted. Like he doesn't have the same, trying to think of the words. Yes, honey bunches. You want to get ice? You get ice. Yeah, that's what it's going to come down to. Hi, BR. I thought that there was a recording, but it was lost. Of which one? Oh, Dark Arts by Adrian, thank you. You're wonderful. You talked about how Alan didn't really put himself at the bridge at the same time as what the PCA said. Why is this being contested if there's no recording? Oh, yeah, exactly. Oh, that's the recording you're talking about down here. And thank you for that super chat. I really appreciate it. That's the recording. That there was a recording, but it was lost. So that's, I don't know if it's actually lost or if he just didn't record it. And I've really wanted to know how many other people he spoke to that day that he recorded, and did he just not record Richard Allen? Those are things that I would like some clarification on, because now if he's never had it recorded and it's never been entered into anything, and it wasn't just a simple thing, you know what I mean? I don't think he recorded anybody. That's my whole point. But I don't think he did. But I'm just saying, like, if he didn't record it, now he's going off of his memory from 5 years ago. Or are they really just going off this little note that he wrote? And in that note that he wrote, he did not write that Richard Allen was there from 1:30 to 3:30. He also never wrote down that Richard Allen told him what he was wearing. Yeah, 0 people. Hi, Southern Sweet Tea. Is there a recorded confession that was legitimate? We all know Nick would love to win without playing a game. He sucks at. So there is the confessions on the phone to his wife. we know are recorded because they have transcripts of them. They created the transcripts of those recordings. The problem with it for now is the lack of knowing exactly what was said and the context that it was said in. I've heard a lot of different rumors about, you know, the attorneys were there and they told him that there was so much evidence. And I'm like, okay, well, that doesn't really make sense, because if there was so much evidence, then the attorneys are sitting over here writing up this whole memorandum and essentially telling us that they believe that he's actually innocent, that he did not do anything wrong, that he did not do this, and that he's really a fall guy. So why would there be, if there's so much evidence against him, how did they go from that extreme, like, Richard, you should really consider taking a plea, they've got a lot of evidence against you, and then him going and confessing to, nope, we think that he's totally innocent and didn't do it? I don't know. It just seems so extreme. Like, obviously there's so many pieces in there that we don't have the info for, which is why we sit here and talk about it, because we can't let it go. No, there's no way to prove that, because the people who are going to be testifying are either the guards, the warden, or other inmates who have done really bad shit who aren't reliable. And then you're screwed. So who do you believe? You got nothing. And that's how they get away with it. But like I said, if you're on the side where you really think that he's guilty, or any of these people that you really think are guilty, do you really care what they get away with? That's kind of my point. So there are supposedly two. One where he says it repeatedly to his wife, and then there's one that's supposedly to his mom. But I don't know where or how that one went down. I don't know if I pulled that one up for today or not. Shit. The one that he supposedly confessed to his mom. So, but there's only the one conversation supposedly with multiple confessions, or multiple ways of confessing. We don't know. Did he have that day off of work, or did he call in sick? Well, that's something that we would find out at trial for sure. Something to say. Thanks. I honestly feel I'm only that way because I'm still so confused. Because if on another case where I've already kind of made up my mind, I'm the same as all the other people who've made up their mind here. So, Doolin's notes: a man who doesn't get even his name right. Well, he could have wrote down just, you know, with the address, and it could have just ended up. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how I feel about that. 5 from what I heard. That's what it states in the one of the memorandums. The confession happened over the course of one phone call. Yeah. Hi, Jordan. I hope you had a good Thanksgiving. It's good to see you. Yeah, that's what I want to do. I want to go through and read them, but I wanted to just chat with you guys first. He confessed to his mom too, supposedly. So two separate incidences is kind of what I'm going with. And then, so, right. So if you go with the confession, then you have to go with the Elvis confession. And Elvis confessed, well, Elvis technically confessed to 3 people, both of his sisters, and then made the weird kind of somewhat confession to the state trooper, to Murphy, to Honest Murphy. Hi, Sleuth. Oh, thank you. DNR Dan Doolin stood on stage 2/22/17. Press release of BG photo. DD stood right there behind a huge poster and didn't say anything. I know. Because I don't think that he thought he was the guy. But then I still have to go and figure out the whole Skinner situation. Mindy says he didn't get his name right. Forget about the guy for years. Doesn't have a recording. Blah, blah, blah. Terrible police work. Yeah. So instead of firing him, and if you guys are familiar with like the Jesse Snyder case, you know, he's part of all that crap too. And then he's also part of the other case. What shit was it? The missing. I haven't read this for a while. Was it the missing boy in Deer Creek? One of them that they just totally screwed up the search. It was either a missing girl, like an older girl, or it was the little boy. I don't remember which one. Did you go by there? Yeah, Elvis has receipts too. And then his sister goes and passes a lie detector test. Just to be clear, there's this huge rumor that is going around that Elvis's sister passed away in a fire. It wasn't Elvis's sister. It was the polygraph person who took the polygraph of the people from the Florida fires and is believed to have also taken the polygraph of Elvis Field's sister. The sister did not pass away. She's actually, both sisters are actually very active on Facebook. They're not gone. Also, he had details not available to the public that he told his sister. Right. So even though he doesn't take the lie detector test, he tells his sister about those details on the day the girls were found, on the 14th, and she passes the lie detector test. Okay. See, yeah, Lori, that you I don't do the name calling, so please don't do that. And I hopefully one of the branches already removed your comment, and I just can't tell because I don't like that shit. Who's Skinner? Thomas Skinner. So he was also a conservation officer who many have told me, and I have not been able to do a lot of research behind it, that Richard Allen actually talked to him first. And I don't know, because I don't know all the research behind it, because there was the big thing that supposedly Richard Allen called first, and then they told him to go to the grocery store and give his statement. This is all kind of hearsay because I haven't been able to put all that together. So if one of you guys knows way more about it, then feel free to chime in. So Thomas Skinner passed away in 2021, I believe. So they think that he was actually the first one that Richard Allen spoke to, but he had him go to Dan Doolin, who ended up taking the report. But then there was the comments that if it was Dan Doolin, or if it was Thomas Skinner, that Thomas Skinner and Richard Allen were potentially friends. I don't know. And maybe that's why he called him first. Hi, Thistle. Hi, Eras. Yeah, it was like the 3-year-old. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I just didn't want to say the wrong one because I know there was 2 other big cases that were around there. So you guys believe Elvis, but not R.A., who puts himself there wearing same clothes and confessed, etc.? No, I don't necessarily believe anything at this moment, one way or the other. I think if you're looking at one as a confession, you have to look at the other as a confession, who also puts himself there. And the wearing the same clothes, I think, is up for controversy, in my opinion, because you're going to tell me that Richard Allen knew he was wearing those clothes 5.5 years prior on the day that the girls went missing, because he doesn't tell anybody that day. He doesn't. Dan Doolin's statement, he does not tell Dan Doolin what he was wearing. So this is another thing that I think is very open to interpretation without actually hearing the conversation that Richard Allen had on October 13th that hopefully was recorded, because that's what they're supposed to do. And do they say, hey, do you own jeans? Do you own a blue or black Carhartt jacket? Do you own hats? Do you typically wear jeans? Do you typically wear Carhartt jackets in February? Do you typically wear hats in February? And he says, yes, I do. So is it possible the day that you were on the bridge on February 13th between 12 and 1:30 you were wearing those? And he says, yeah, absolutely possible. Now, we don't know what was actually said because we're only reading the statements that's from law enforcement where they have to cherry pick. And when I say that, it's on both sides. And this is what I say when we talk about the defense team and the depositions. We don't have the deposition with law enforcement. So the defense team has an opportunity to cherry pick statements to put in that memorandum to make it one-sided. So you're looking at 2 sides of incomplete information and trying to make a decision. And I don't think that's quite fair yet. That's where I'm at. He gave details exactly of the type of man that can kill. He said 2 of his brothers did it. Well, he had new brothers. Yeah, he had new brothers. Elvis got new brothers. Wasn't it said that once he confessed to his wife, Kathy, she abruptly hung up? I'm wondering how it was multiple times unless it was quick. John, that's a great point, too. But we don't know yet. And there's a weird thing about the whole Elvis thing too, because his alibi is wrong. You got the friend that says that they were at the hospital, and then they prove that nobody was at the hospital that day. And then you have Elvis Field's phone that was supposedly at his house for like 9 hours not being used. Like, hey, come to Rushville or come to Delphi, but leave your phone behind. Is that possible? Absolutely. If it's premeditated, which many people think it is. He could, absolutely. They're saying that, but they were saying that he doesn't have that much because they weren't going to force him to be on medication. He talked about what he put around Abby. He talked about what type of person Abby was. He talked about what they did with the girls. He had details. He also talked about that he spit on her. Now, I digress because I have a big problem because we already know that the crime scene's so fucked up. So did they mess up Elvis's DNA? Did they mess up Richard Allen's DNA? Did they mess up, like, what did they mess up? I don't know. Hey, Sharon. The worst part is that it has been such a blowout by the guards, mistreated inmates. What's the chance that if and when they take it seriously, the video crap is definitely done? Possibly. Hey, Sniper. I don't see how the prosecution can even introduce RA's statement to Doolin in 2017. Doolin will get destroyed on cross by the defense. Right. Well, he would have by this defense. Now, I hate being too judgmental about the new defense team because we don't know that they're not going to go out there and fight tooth and nail. There's some questions about their allegiance and the friendship that they have with Judge Gall, specifically one of them. And then I do think it's quite... These are the kind of things I pay attention to. So when you have all this group of people that are very pro Richard Allen is guilty, they're also very pro that they have inside information, are also the same ones that are pushing that they believe that Richard Allen's going to take a plea. Like, why? Why do you believe Richard Allen's going to take a plea? That leads me to think that they think that these attorneys are going to tell him it's in his best interest to take a plea. But if the other attorneys actually thought he was innocent, that kind of proves the whole point that the other attorneys are actually better for him than the new ones. And why do all these people with these sources think he's going to take a plea? What sources are going to say, yeah, we're definitely going to push more for a plea now? Because you think the new attorneys are already giving information out to social media people? I don't know. Yeah, it's in the press release. It's in the press release. It's in the... let me pull some stuff up. We can start going through things. Is Skinner the one who died in the ice fishing accident? Oh, I don't know how he passed away, actually. Does Elvis look like the pick of R.A.? Elvis looks more like R.A. now, I think. Because back in like 2017, even 2022, he was heavy. He was heavier. He had more of a round face. Elvis doesn't look like that. Well, because they're saving him for trial. I mean, that's pretty normal. The proof is that his sister passed the polygraph. That's the biggest proof, Shelley. There's also there's no proof that what Richard Allen said is fact. So I think we're kind of like at a crossroads there. You mean besides the recording? Or I think maybe you're speaking of fact like he actually said it versus fact of like that what he said is true. That could be read both ways. Could they all be involved is my question? Possibly. I appreciate that. I appreciate you apologizing. Yeah, I don't want to talk. I don't want anybody being called names. Hi, Piper. This is your first case you actually doubting he's guilty. There's just too much going on in Delphi. And I think that's a struggle that a lot of people have because it's been so... There's been so much talk and so much speculation about the corruption and the incompetence of law enforcement and how much things have been screwed up over the last 6 years, that it's almost like even if Richard Allen is the right guy, there are those people who just don't trust that law enforcement's doing the right thing by the girls or the families. And they almost can't believe that Richard Allen's the right guy because of the fact that they think that law enforcement is so corrupt or incompetent. You know what I mean? So it's like they definitely couldn't have got the right guy because they're idiots. And that also leads me to, is the things that we're seeing happen, because we know that there's lies. There's proven lies by law enforcement. They've been proven. I mean, I don't even want to talk. We're going to go into the Purdue professor and we could be here all damn night. That we know that law enforcement has lied. Now, who they've all lied to, I don't know, because McClellan's the one who sends the emails saying, I'm sorry, but we don't know if we're ever even going to be able to find him or her or talk to him. But you got freaking Holman, who's already, talking to him and scheduling meetings and whatnot. So we know that there's bullshit. There's shenanigans behind the scenes over there. We know that. The question is, are they covering up their own bullshit, or are they actually covering up something that has to do with the crime? And then you're going to get different opinions on that. And this is how we end up in these fights all over social media, because there's so many layers to so many opinions that it's like we can all agree here. This notch we agree, the next notch we agree. Oh, the next notch now we disagree, and so we're on 2 different pages. Or that. Then back over here we agree again, and then there's so many different avenues. There's so many tentacles to this. Clyde, Richard Allen hasn't been convicted, and unless you were there at the time of the crime, no one at this point can say for sure. Indiana has not proven themselves to collect evidence by the police, evidence the police or police by the book. So this is a struggle I have, Shelley, because they also, if you look at the investigation that was done by Click, Ferenczi, and Murphy, and you trust law enforcement, they're also saying they have evidence that it's these other guys, that they had compiled and investigated for years, done interviews, had people being recorded, did lie detector tests, and that they have evidence that it's these other people. So I guess because we're only seeing the arrest affidavit and the search warrant for Richard Allen, it doesn't mean that if they had to put that together for any of the guys that that Murphy, Ferenczi, and Click believed it was, would we be thinking the same thing? Just because we don't have that, we're trying to compare apples to oranges instead of, like if we had both and we had an arrest or a search warrants or whatever for the other law enforcement persons of interest, we could compare and say, okay, this is what they have on these people and this is what they have on Richard Allen. Which one is actually more probable or possible? Because if you ask Click, Ferenczi, and we can't ask Ferenczi anymore, but Murphy, and those guys end up testifying, they're going to say, and all their years of experience investigating these types of cases, these are the people that they believe did it. So it's not even, it's like trust law enforcement, but if you trust law enforcement, why don't you trust that law enforcement? Because they still believe, Click said, he still believes that the people he thought did it are the right people. So right. And is that just because of their history with just the bullshit that they've done? Freaking up to 50, but who knows about how many people were there? I've heard 20 to 50 people. And I don't know if that counts, like, because originally Kelsey had said there was 10 to 20 people at the bridge and then changed it to that nobody was really there. I don't know. And then they tried to say that was because she was talking about the people that she knew were going to be there all day. I don't know. Right. And that's kind of where it's at. So if we're going to trust the law enforcement, and we're not going to trust this law enforcement, but we're going to trust this handful of law enforcement that now we know has proven to lie. I mean, I don't think that, does anybody really question that they lied and got caught lying? Is that still up for debate? Because I'm sure it probably is, but is it really up for debate? I mean, we know they lied because we have the information from McClelland, and then we have the information from Holman that says that he actually did talk to him, right? So we know that there's a lie somewhere in this whole thing. So why do we trust this handful of law enforcement over this handful of law enforcement that also worked the case? There's a ton of reasonable doubt unless they have a lot more evidence. We're being asked to believe a lot of sketchy evidence. Yes. R.A. is the killer of both Abby and Libby. Sorry if I might offend someone that fell for that cult BS, but that is exactly what it is. You're welcome to that opinion. I don't know if it's anybody who fell for anything. I think that there's more to it than that. It's very layered, like we were just talking about. I did hear that. I've heard that. I don't know if I heard it from Snake, but I've heard that. Is that abuse of a corpse? The spitting? The spitting, I'm assuming, haunted Stella. Is that what you're talking about? Not necessarily, because, I mean, spitting would technically be an assault. So I don't know. I mean, I guess maybe they could. I don't know. I guess it could be. No, I don't think so. I disagree. This case is so messed up. I don't know. I would believe this. I don't know. I would believe the smoking gun if there is a smoking gun. I don't know what to believe. I think that's where I'm at. Did Scrummins and Librato withdraw? Not that I'm aware of. Hi, Seth. Those fools said he was offered a plea but didn't want to provide details to the court. Right. So was he offered a plea and couldn't provide details or didn't want to? Do we even know that that's legit? Because that's from the leaker source. I don't know. If you back into a parking spot in Indiana, you're sus as fuck. Yeah, but you also don't have to have a license plate on the front of your car. So you're done. Don't back into a license or back into a parking spot there, because you're automatically trying to hide your back license plate. I actually thought they'd intimidate him into a plea, and in my opinion, that's why they were placed as his attorneys by Gall, the new ones. Well, I'm telling you, there's a whole big thing about all these people who believe he's guilty that now think he's going to take a plea deal. Why do they think that? Hi, VMath. I feel bad for her. They want him to not live long enough to be there for the trial. What Elvis said to his sister is hearsay. Correct. But what about what Brad Holder said to his ex-wife Amber? That would have been recorded. Could have been recorded. What about that? Why did they meet at the grocery store in the first place? I know. It's so weird. Innocent people confess. There's too much literature out there on voluntary confessions for us wasting time on it. I agree with that. And now the argument always comes back, but how many of those people falsely confess to their own family members? But then Elvis confessed to his own family members. So, I don't know. You need to understand how low the bar is to reach probable cause for arrest. Yes. Didn't Click say nobody believes it was done by Odinist on Murder Sheet? No, what he actually said was that they did not believe that it was done as a ritualistic human sacrifice, but that he does believe his persons of interest are the right people. That's cut in half by Murder Sheet, ironically. They put one statement on one, and then that made mainstream media, and then the other half got buried into the next episode. But he actually does say that the people we were investigating, I believe, are the right people. I think so too, Southern Sweet Tea. That's kind of where I'm at. I'm not in the belief that they're covering up for being involved in the crime. I think that they're trying to cover up their own incompetence. That's where I'm at. Spent 17 days looking into that leak when the leak wasn't even supposedly until October 4th. He was doing it. Well, now you have to go with the reliability of those people. But yes. Yes, there is an Odinist who says that those are runes. And then he's not even an Odinist. He just actually studies it. But he also said, which is what C. King's not here, but C. King has, and I have had this conversation quite a few times, that it does look like they were intentionally put there but almost like by amateurs, by people who are playing Asatru or playing Odinism. And I use those words on purpose. People who weren't like experienced in it. And like C. King even said, like almost like when they first heard about it, thought it was like children, like, you know, newer people to it, to the runes and whatnot. Go eat dinner. Have a good one. Right. And I've said this week, dude, like I've said, I bet we could probably sit here, pick a person of interest, go through everything that we think about them, compare them to the sketches that as we have them, and come up with a case on why we think that person is the right person. Yep. And the Harvard one agreed. So you've got two, not technically Odinists, or people who practice Odinism. Hi, ASMR. Jeff. Hey, Jeff. Have I caught your video that you posted today? No. You stabilized it, looped it to simulate how BG might walk. Took out distracting 2 frames of Abby on the left bridge, or on the left frame. No, I will try to go find it, though. Carroll County, ISP, and FBI have never been on the same page, so how can we be? That is a great point, Sound and Silence. And I am one of the people who believes that Doug Carter was very wishy-washy when he was directly asked if he thought Richard Allen was the guy. All he kept responding was, the judge signed the probable cause affidavit. Okay, we get that. But do you think he's the right guy? All I can say at this time, everything's going to come out, but today isn't that day. And the judge signed the probable cause affidavit. And I'm like, one-third of murders go unsolved. How is Ellie 99.9? Are they 99.9% right when they solve them? They're not, though. There's a town named Odin in Illinois. Yeah, there is. Well, I mean, the Midwest is I won't go there. Then it'll end up in the politics of things, and I don't want to. One of the 3 Ferenczi was unalived investigating the Odin angle by a corrections officer. So we do. I have heard a lot of rumors about the guard. So it was an ex-prison guard who was having some mental health issues and had been let go, and he went and started firing. But I have heard some rumors, and nobody has been able to send me proof on that the prison guard that actually did that also wasn't practicing Odinism. That he was not an Odinist. I've not been able to find any proof of that, though. But I have heard that mentioned quite a bit. Hi, Queen Elizabeth. So far, everything the defense has said has turned out to be true. So far. If anything that we've been able to prove, like with the patches and that stuff, that all has turned out to be true. But see, I'm also of the belief that what they put in that memorandum talking... Sleuth, when did you do that? I didn't even see that. Sleuth investigates. I love you. Thank you. Sleuth investigates and I've been friends for a very long time. That was very nice of you. We've been running these true crime gauntlets together for years now. What was I saying? I saw that up there and it totally sent me in a different direction. Somebody tell me what I was saying. Oh God, I am so far behind on chat again. Yeah, nothing to see there. He's just weird. Well, it came directly from the people Elvis or Brad were speaking to, so they would certainly be able to testify to what they were directly told. Yes. It'd be an exception to the hearsay rule. When it's a confession that is absolutely no good without evidence, people falsely confess. There's exceptions to the hearsay rule, and they'd have to get it approved by the judge to be able to allow them to come in and talk. Oh, that's why I didn't see it yet, because I'm not down there yet. That makes sense. He needs to admit details specific to the crime. If he can't do that, the confession is questionable. And Jen, that goes along with what they've always tried to say, too, is like, we're keeping all this close to the vest because then that's the information that only the killer would know, so on and so forth. And then nothing supposedly in this confession says anything that has any particular details to it. So then do we believe it? But now with this leak of information, all the leaks of information, but more so with the leaks of the crime scene photos, would that give him more information or somebody else now in the public to be able to falsely confess? And how do we know that he wasn't actually shown any of this evidence? Because the defense team would be working with him, but they did say they hadn't talked about the Odin angle with him quite yet. The only problem I have with it being like arterial spray is the one straight solid line, and not that it couldn't be, but the angles don't match up for me. If you have it, how do you have it where it's this, and then a couple odds and ends spots over here and over here? That bothers me. I believe whatever it is was intentional, and I believe that about all of it. I believe whatever they did on that tree was intentional. I believe whatever they put on the girls was intentional. All of it intentional. Now you talk about like the antlers, and you have people who are like, there's no antlers. And from my understanding, there are twigs that are put there, and they're put there over her hair. If they're put there over her hair, that means they're intentionally placed. Does it make them antlers? No. Does it make them, what does it make it? I don't know, because I'm not the one who put them there. And I think that's the important part, is we're trying to interpret the mind of a person who put these things there and say what that person meant by doing it. And this person doesn't have any history of doing it, so we don't necessarily know what it means without actually knowing that person was non-secular, which is ritualistic in my opinion. Exactly. Oh, Freckled Joy, thank you. Thank you, Freckled Joy. It's good having you back around. I do not know him. I have read everything he's put out and have emailed with him. Oh, you're talking to somebody else in chat. I don't know who you're talking about. Is it true that the Disney enhanced the bridge guy video? Supposedly, yes. And let me just bring this over. We can start talking about some of this stuff. Let's go look at the thumb drive map. Well, yeah, because then you have different types of witches and different types of Wiccan, and there's dark and there's light, and they're bind runes created by that individual. That's why Turco couldn't interpret them. Only person who put them there can tell what they mean. Exactly. And the biggest thing for me when it came to the Brad Holder thing was what he had put on his hand. And it wasn't just that it was the asterisk. It was that I don't remember both of them right now. And somebody in chat, I know you guys will. But what he put in the comment section or in the description of his photo that he was posting with the thing on his hand, he talks about that it's two different runes that he puts together. like a binding rune, like he's putting them together to make something else happen, or for one thing to help stop the other. And then that's the same one that's on the girls, or on Abby. That's weird to me. That's weird to me. So I'm not even sure that even with the defense stuff and what their interpretation of things was, the Purdue, yeah, that's what it is. The Issa rune and the Gibo rune. That was really weird. But then to tie it all together, like wouldn't it be nice if there was another, or not nice isn't the right word, but I mean, it would make things more clear if he had something else that matched the type or the shapes of the sticks that was put onto Libby, because that one's weird to me. Why does she have one really big stick? Evo gift and Isa cool the gifts. Isa ice cool the gifts. Yeah, yeah. They're combinations. Yes. Now, to be able to show that, LB, you'd have to have something that this person has a type of signature that they leave at other crimes. And that's important. Or that they use the same type of weapon. Yep. The Odin. The painting of Odin. I think he watched this whole case on YouTube, maybe until the day he was arrested. Could him and his friends are trolls? I may have missed who you were talking about. You're still out of the country. Been calm for the past 2 days, so I can go home at night, daytime for you guys. I'll be back in 3 weeks. Okay, you enjoy yourself out there. Enjoy the rest and relaxation parts of being gone from the madness. Look at the A used for Aryan Nation of Indians. Reminds me of how Abby is posed. So and that's the other thing, because they had the one lady who was on, and she was talking about that you can't just take what the items are. You have to also, if you're going to interpret what this pose means, you also have to look at the way that the bodies were put. So now even experts, and they've had multiple on different law and crime, court TV, so on and so forth, these experts that are saying, and they're even saying something different. So then to us who don't know, do we have to look at the positions of the bodies, or do we not? You know what I mean? Like, which one is it? Because every professional is telling you something different. Yeah, it's like creating your own tag. So is that important? Shit. I wonder when they called off the search, maybe not all the searchers went home, because some searchers have found the girls and then done weird stuff to them at the crime scene. This has been speculated on by a few of us too, is did somebody else come upon them and actually alter, what had happened, or not alter the crime scene necessarily, but to put the symbols on them for what that person meant, because they knew that obviously the girls would have been dead when they came upon them. And so they did whatever, they put the symbols on that meant something to them, knowing that the girls were dead. Is that possible? And they just didn't tell anybody because they didn't. And I'm not trying to throw names out there, but Ron Logan, whose phone's pinging all around where the girls are, does he find them and put something on them that means something to him? And he knows he's not going to tell anybody that he found them, because he knows the cops hate him, and they're going to blame it on him. He already knows that. In my opinion, he already knows the cops hate him and that he's in trouble. Just because the girls went missing in the area. That I firmly believe that he knew that he was going to be looked at. Shoot. Who is the first one who found the girls? This goes back to the weird information, the lack of information on who and when, and why don't they want the public to know who found them? Those are the things that make no sense to me. Yeah, we were talking about that. So from my understanding, which could totally be wrong, because this is all open for interpretation based on the information that you see on social media, because the cops won't just tell you. They won't just come out and tell you who found the girls, what search parties there were. But from what I've come across and trying to piece it together, you have Pat Brown, who was with one of Becky Patty's sisters. And then you have Derek German, who was with Elo McDonald, which is his brother-in-law. And then you have another woman named Michelle who is with one of those parties. And they essentially, then you have Jake Johns, John Jakes, whatever the hell that guy's name is, I always screw it up. You have him on the other side with a different search party over closer to where Kelsey is. And he is the one who supposedly sees with the phone and sees the deer and that whole thing. And it's possible that either that it was him that took the pictures of the clothes. That's possible. Not saying it's actual. I'm saying it's possible. And that he's the one that took the pictures of the clothes. Is he's the one that supposedly yells up to Kelsey like, "Hey, you know, we found a shoe. What was she wearing? Da 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 da." And so, from my understanding, this is all kind of happening like simultaneously. That you have a group walking from this way, you have another group walking from this way, and then over here you have the John Jakes doing whatever Jake Johns, whatever the hell the guy's name is looking in this way. And it all kind of happens like simultaneously, and they're all right there. And so like this group comes upon the girls, and then this group comes over and they're upon the girls. And now you have you have both groups totaling 5-6 potential people that found the girls, and then they contact what are their names? Yoder and the guy with the G. What's his name? Giuliani? No, what the hell is that guy's name? So that's my understanding of it. Take it for what you want. Hi, Skip. I was told David Erskine, Michelle Keenan, Pat Brown. Right. So, but David Erskine was with Elo, according to David Erskine. So, and that's where like Becky comes in and says like they kind of like merged upon each other. So I think it was that whole crew. And remember, Becky also says, let me see if I can find that screenshot really quick. She says, oh, I'm not even sharing my screen with you guys as it is. Let me pull it up. I don't know. That's not the right one. So somebody says, so PB, which is Pat Brown, was in the search party opposite side of the creek where the girls were found and spotted the girls because he saw 2 deer. So technically, he didn't stumble upon their bodies, so to speak, yet he's traumatized by what he saw and in counseling. Becky responds, he isn't the one I was talking about that saw the deer. He was in the search party that was on the same side of the creek as the girls. And no, he didn't actually stumble over them. That was one. He says, so Ellie said that one of the girls said is the creepy guy. That's a different one. He was on the bridge. They crossed the creek. Also, the mirror image theory from other groups is completely false. That's about the Snapchat. After a while, it did start going straight to voicemail. That's about the call. She says, it was not Pat Brown that made that call, and his wife was not with me. Because remember, one of the guys that found the girls, a wife was with Becky, and he called his wife, and the wife told Becky. And also her sister came running up. No. Nope. Shoot, and I got rid of it. Hold on. I think that might be. The guy that found the girls was by himself when he actually found them. Pat Brown found them after he saw some deers, and he looked up, and there they was. He called his wife, and she was with Becky and told them that he found the girls. And Becky says, no, he was not alone. And she's already clarified that, no, he was on the same side as the girls with the bridge. And it was not Pat Brown that made the call. And then here she says, my sister was searching with him. I don't know if it was an official group, but Derek was in an official group. And you guys can't even see that. What the hell am I doing? Derek was in an official group and ran into my sister. So they talked for a bit. Then Derek started to back to his group, and my sister walked over the ravine and saw them. Right, and that's LO. Right, and let me see if I can grab that picture real quick. So to me, this is Derek is with LO, and Becky's sister, I don't know which one, Becky's sister was with Pat Brown. Now, somebody told me that Becky's sister is Michelle. I cannot find that in any family tree that I have of them, that Becky's sister is Michelle. That's not, so I think it's somebody else. So I'm thinking that Michelle is in these groups, and they're probably all out there searching, because remember, they had tons of different search parties. So I'm thinking that there's multiple search groups that like converged on the girls when they were found. That's what I'm thinking. And so that's what makes it confusing on who found the girls. And let me show you the picture of I have it in here. Hold on, I gotta let these load. Let me see where that picture is. Is it this one? Yeah, it's this one. So this would be the spot that Jake Johns, the JJ, was standing in when he saw the deer. This is on the Weber side over here, where the girls would have gone down and had to cross and then go up. And then you can see the crime scene tape right there, marking off the right side of the crime scene. Will I look at Messenger really fast? Yes, I will. Okay. I gotta find where I put you guys. There you are. Hi, Remy. So yeah, so this is the side where he would have been, where he would have seen the girl, or yeah, seen the deer, and then saw the girls. But is it possible, once again, the timing of all of these things, does he look up and see deer? I mean, I think you could see two deer. I don't think you could see two girls laying down. But I think that you could potentially see two deer up there. And then it happens to be very close. Like he looks up, he sees deer, and then all of a sudden, like everybody's converging on on that spot. I think is that possible? Yeah, it did. It started almost immediately. And they let anyone go out there and search without even knowing who they were and where they were all sent. They had no. Well, I think the problem is you're talking very small town. You know, not a lot of murder. They don't have, like, this is not common. It's not like the police department is from like LA, where there's you can't even track how much is happening there half the time because there's just so much going on. They are more equipped to be able to process a crime scene and understand what it's like to have a missing person. Now, I think out in this rural little tiny town that night, the cops just assumed that these girls were just out being teenage girls and doing something stupid, or that they'd gotten lost, or that you know, I don't think, I really don't think that their first instinct was, holy shit, something really bad has happened. Now, I find it weirdly ironic that when Eric Williams does his interviews and he talks about that he went out there, his first instinct was that something was really bad. Like his gut was telling him this is not going to end well. And he's the one that they tell that they're calling off the search. So they call off the search, you know, between 11 and midnight. And Mike Patty said that he goes back out there and he's still searching. And then we have the phone call from Tobe to, oh shit, what's that guy's name? The fire department guy. I can't think of his name right now. At like 2:30 in the morning, 2:38 in the morning, where he says we got the girl's last ping from 5:30 in the area by the bridge. And the fire guy goes, we went back out there. So now you're talking at 2:30 in the morning, so 3 o'clock, you got them back out there searching. So I think saying that they didn't search, you know, that they weren't searching isn't necessarily true. I think that their first inclination was wrong. Yeah, no, they don't. But I mean, it's so tough because I mean, are these deer like? There are deer that just go walk up to people's houses because they're so used to going there. I don't know the area, so I'm like, I don't know. Is it possible? Yes. Probable? No. Well, that's what they charge him with. They charge him with felony murder, that he's charged with the kidnapping that leads to their murder. If R.A. is Bridge Guy and he told the girls to go down the hill where they were somehow killed, is that enough to find him guilty as charged? Is that alone considered kidnapping, intentional or not? Yes, him forcing them to go down the hill is kidnapping. I think that the biggest thing that they have to do there is now prove that he's the one that did that. They have to prove that he's the one that did that. And by the charges, that is what they're saying. They are saying that Richard Allen is Bridge Guy. You have to, I mean, can you see any way around that? If you do, like, feel free to tell me, because that's my interpretation of what it is he's charged with the kidnapping that leads to the murder. Well, yeah, because it's by force. And they say that on the recording, you can hear the gun cocking. And you can potentially, once again, I've never heard the fucking recording, so this is all hearsay. That they say that the girls, one of them possibly says the word gun. Right. And did he see like a mirage of deer that were like sent to show him where the girls were, and he saw them, he saw a sign, and the sign pointed him in the direction? I don't know. Shit. Anything's possible with this fucking case. Right. Now, I don't... all the shirts coming in with the funny questions here. Is he the old Bridge Guy or the young Bridge Guy, or is he both? Well, according to the affidavits, he's both. They merged him together. They did a Doug Carter and merged him, put him together, and there he is. No, because they're going to charge him with the kidnapping that led to the murder. They just wanted to charge him with murder, but I think that they also know that they're probably going to have a harder time with that. And the kidnapping is going to be more like the... What word am I looking for there? I know, JC Martin. I'm just telling you. I'm telling you I'm telling you what the story is. It's a sketch, not a photograph. Put them together. There he Yes. Well, and then you also have the actual statements from them stating that it was two different people. And then you have even the families that came out and said they were told that the first person had been identified and was now no longer a person of interest, that the new sketch, technically the old sketch, is now the person of interest. Can't win, I tell you. You can't win. Okay. So we'll take a look here. We were talking about something that made me bring this up, the Disney thing. So it's the enhancements of the video on Libby's phone. And it's enhancements of audio and video from Libby's phone. The enhancements, a girl voice loop, a male voice, the enhanced audio, the HD cell phone video, a male voice loop, and another male voice loop. This is where the whole thing came in, that there's that people think that there's two different male voices because of how this was written out. I personally believe this is the evidence male voice loop, as in the first audio Down the Hill that was released, and this is probably the second voice loop of Guys Down the Hill that was released. That's my personal thought on that. You guys can take it or leave it. Once again, I have no proof of which one it is. Hey, Unraveling. Good to see you. Yep, it was dark and there was a hill. Better safe than sorry calling out search dogs. Yeah, I guess we didn't need those, even though they still could have tracked some fucking sense. I don't know why they ever got called off. It's the weirdest thing, and why they were being brought in from Illinois. I don't really understand that either. Yep, ain't no deer be anywhere when hundreds are searching and yelling for the girls. I don't think that John Jakes is probably going to have to testify to there being deer. So I think that's something that's always going to be up in, for whatever debate. They're very curious, yes, but you got your city deer and you got your country deer, and some are trusting and some aren't so trusting. It's true, Aaron. So you have NASA's enhancements of the video, and then you have the FBI enhanced images that were exported from the video. And then you have these web share to go files, 360 pics. I don't know what that's about. Does anybody have a guess on what they think this Jerry file is about? With 360 pics? Yep. Yep, Scott, you're 100% right. They say it. Yeah, I'm like, that's going to come back to bite them. Were they wearing deer costumes? They can be weird. Yeah, I mean, that's what I'm like. If they're deer that are just hanging out, and yeah, NASA. It doesn't. We don't have the whole thing here. This is just the little excerpts that were shared. So is there more here that talks about Disney? Possible. We always heard that it was given to NASA and Disney. Let me see if I can find it really quick. I can see if I can show you guys that screenshot. I've been working on trying to file all my screenshots and stuff into the appropriate folders so that they're easier to find. But I'm not done. So, you know what? I might actually just be able to Google it faster. Sleuthy, are you still here? Because I actually think at one time you had sent me the article too. Maybe I should just go look in our chat. Original bridge guy. Cleared as person of interest in Delphi murders. Let me see if this is the right one. And this essentially says somewhat of the same thing, but this isn't the article I was looking for. But it says Indiana State Police investigators who declined to take questions Monday after releasing the first public clues in more than a year in the February 2017 homicides of Delphi teens Abby and Libby found themselves issuing another clarification just 2 days later. On Wednesday, police emphasized that a new sketch of suspect's face is not supposed to be a different take on a composite sketch of a heavier, older-looking man. They are, according to Indiana State Police Sergeant Kim Riley, not the same person. Riley also said Wednesday that the original sketch, the original sketch released in the summer of 2017 showing a man with a goatee and a driving cap is not presently a person of interest in this investigation. According to an ISP release, the new sketch of the clean-shaven man is representative of the face of the person captured in the video on Liberty German's cell phone as he was walking on the high bridge. These are in quotes. And as much as I don't typically trust all news sources, I will do my best to trust the quotes because that's what the important part is what's being quoted in there, because you can get big trouble for misquoting people. Hold on, guys. Okay. So then it is more than one person. Well, that's the problem, is because now when we go through and look at like the PCA and the search warrant, it's not. They say it's the same person. Oh yeah. My friend Jen Liu, she runs the channel The Word Case Studies. She knows so much about that case. Whenever I have a question about it, that's who I go to. Superior Court Judge Curtis Fouts, July 26, 2017, Delphi Community School Corporation filed complaints against the following: Patrick Westfall, Alicia Kinyard, Steve German. What? Oh, JC Marty, is that for reals? Let me go pull that up. What day did you say? July 26th. Is this what you're talking about? Let me see. Okay, I think this might be what you're talking about. So Delphi Community School Corporation filed complaints against the following. Let's see. Here's Stephen German, Joe Wolf, Patrick Westfall, Brian Hartman, Susan Marchand, oh, isn't that interesting? Superior Court judgments are gathered from public records on file in the Carroll County Clerk's office on the second floor of the courthouse in Delphi. And here's the recent filings. The Delphi Community School Corporation filed complaints against the following. Does it say anything down here about any? Oh, that's other ones. This name and this name are related to the to Becky. And then you got Patrick. Well, I wonder what this is. We'll have to look at that. Where's the Abigail messages and photos? Oh, let me see. Thank you, Sleuthy. This is the one. Yep. I'm going to keep that other one up, though, just so that we can talk about it. Here. So this is the multi-agency task force clarifies points about the Delphi murder suspect sketches. In the early days and months of the Delphi murder investigation, information was developed about suspect descriptions. It was initially believed the sketch has been in public view over the last 2 years of a person in the age range of his 40s to 50s was a person of interest in the murder investigation. Now, as the investigation has matured and past information has been reassessed, it is the belief of the investigators with the multi-agency task force that the person depicted in the sketch released on April 22nd more accurately represents the person wanted for the murders of Abigail Williams and Liberty German. It is important to distinguish these points about the two sketches. They are not the same person. They are not the same person. The person depicted in the originally released sketch is not presently a person of interest in this investigation. The sketch released on April 22nd is representative of the face of the person captured in the video on Liberty German's cell phone as he was walking on the high bridge. The person in the sketch released April 22nd is described as having a youthful appearance but could fall in the age range from his 20s to late 30s. The person's appearance could look different today if he has grown a mustache, beard, or let his hair grow longer, or cut his hair shorter than depicted in the sketch. This is from them. This is from ISP. It's not even like a news article. This is from them. And they say that. He's not the same guy. It's not the same person. Yeah, ATS already came forward. Yeah, he came forward before anything was released. Before even the first images were released. You guys probably can't even see that. Once you got, I probably didn't pay attention if any of you guys did tell me that. You can't even see that for yourselves. Let me make that bigger so you can see it. Right here. There you go. Not the same person. They are not the same person. And the person originally, or the person depicted in the original sketch is not a person of interest. But if BG pick wasn't shown yet, that's interesting. No, because we even have Susan Hendricks, who was writing the book on the case. She even states that he actually came forward that night when the girls were missing. That he came forward that night, and then he went and met with Dan Doolin or potentially Thomas Skinner, who knows, but Dan Doolin for sure on the 14th. It was before the girls were, he came forward before the girls were found. Sweet dude, you think it was on the 19th? I'm telling you that they have stated that he came forward before the girls were found. Now, are they inaccurate? Maybe, but I'm telling you that's what they said. Now, can I go find that again? I have no idea. But I played it on one of my lives. Let me see if I can find it again. Susan Hendricks. Oh, you know what? Let me see if I did what I think I did. Did I put it in the Dan Doolin video that I made? Let's see if I put it in here. Because this is from that, so at least I have a source.
There's a lot of mystery surrounding the suspect, Richard Allen. It seems to me it's kind of unclear how they got him, right?
We still don't know how they got to Richard Allen. I think it may have been, and this is based on nothing but me just thinking, could it have been the wife calling a tip-in? We don't know. Well, the superintendent, Doug Carter, always said, if this doesn't work, we're going to go back to the beginning because maybe he's somewhere in those files. The day of the murders, he went home, maybe changed his clothes because he was seen muddy and bloody, went up to a conservation officer in a parking lot of a grocery store and said, oh, I just want to tell you, I was there at the bridge that day. At that point, he didn't know that Libby took video and pictures because it wasn't released yet. I think he was trying to get ahead of it in case someone saw him.
Yeah, that's exactly what he was doing.
Well, that conservation officer put the file away somewhere, or was it on the computer? I don't know. And no one ever, that came out recently. Like, wait a minute, he came up to the guy and the guy didn't think after maybe a couple years, oh, remember that guy in the parking lot who came up to me? So there's unanswered questions about that.
So Susan Hendricks, according to her, he came up before anything was released. So if you tell me, I don't know. Because that's what she said. That's what she said. Okay, now I'll go back to this. I'm curious about this. So he mailed his resignation letter. I don't know. I can't get anything to pull up immediately, so I'll have to look and see what else we can find on that. Unless you guys found something already that you want to send me. Yeah, the Delphi Community School Corporation in July of 2017. All right, let me see you guys. Hey, Squeaky Wheel. The cops were chasing their tails for over 5 years straight, going down the rabbit hole and coming up out of another. Some investigators started reviewing previous interviews, found R. Allen's boom. But that just doesn't make sense to me, because if you listen to what Carter said they'd already done that. That when they finished, when they get to this point, they go back to the beginning and they start over. Like, I should go through and just clip all the times that we hear Carter or Riley saying that. Oh, I don't know. Maybe. Yep, that was him. Sees through. I'm just telling you, that's what she says. Yeah, they said they did, so I don't know. Police set up the tip line for Delphi case on February 16, 2017. Is that when did they switch it to the FBI, Lynn? Well, no, because what they're saying is that he contacted his friend, and then his friend said that they had the thing set up for people to go and talk to and tell them if they were there or not. That's the whole. And this is what I don't have all the facts behind, so I hate even talking about this because I really know all the facts behind it. But supposedly he was friends with the Skinner guy, and he talks to him, and he's like, hey, go and tell them where they're set up, and then here it is. I'm going to have to look more into that so we can actually like dig in and talk about it. He passed away. Skinner. Yeah, they set up the station at the store to get the tips in. But she's the one that's saying, yeah, I mean, Susan Hendricks is the one saying, no, it was right away. It was right away, he said, when it was announced that the girls were missing. He called and said, hey, I was there that day. It wasn't necessarily like the tip line stuff. It was right when they were missing and they were searching for him. Because according to her, it was before the girls were found. Now, I don't have proof of that. I'm just telling you what she said. But I would be curious, if we look back at the timeline, how things were set up. Because we know that they set up at the fire station. Let me see if I can find out how Thomas Skinner died real quick. I believe it was 2021. He's conservation officer for 34 years in Carroll County. Carroll, Clinton, and Tippecanoe counties as an Indiana conservation officer. He loved educating people through teaching, hunting, boating. Tom was a deacon, usher, youth. He survived by his wife. This doesn't say, but this is him. My fear is that Ellie screwed this up so bad that they didn't have the evidence to actually convict anyone, but they're going to keep Ari in prison for 2 years and we still won't have answers or justice. That is a concern. According to the defense statement, Ari contacted Ellie when the girls went missing. He agreed to meet, I'm assuming, after the girls were found deceased. I know that it was all within those first couple of days. So take it as the 13th, 14th, 15th, 16th. It has to be right there because that's the consensus to everybody. It couldn't have been later. Now, is that important if he didn't actually have any, information about that he'd been recorded? Because according to Susan, that's, yeah. No, I know what you're saying. I'm confused on if it was, though. Ari's wife had to have been hyper-vigilant about having had 2 murdered children miles from her house, only years younger than her daughter. Well, I'm sure that the whole community was. And then that's one of the things they talk about was that that they requested the visitation registry for Liberty's funeral because they thought that she was potentially there. And this is the other one. Remember I was telling you guys the other day, and I couldn't remember where I had seen that they had over 200 photos from that the Hoosier Harvest Store camera. It was right here. It had 210 multi-photo files. I think we went through most of all of these already before. This still is a big interest to me. Carl Abbott. Carl Abbott's the one who owned the funeral home and was also the son of the Mears, the Mears lady, Mary Mears. That owned the Mears farm. And then the grandson or daughter, I don't know if I'm thinking that's a boy, but it could be a girl, it's name, was interviewed on 215. See, and then but here with the composite sketches, but because these aren't complete lists, we're just seeing a little mini picture of it. So where is Betsy Blair's sketch? Is it down here where we're missing it? Maybe. While we're in here, let's actually look up and see. See if we can answer this question. It doesn't say it in there. Let's look to see what Air Force base that Robert had worked at. Did anybody ever figure that out? Because remember the other day we were talking to see if it was the same one that Keegan was interviewed at. Kathy Allen interviewed at work. Yeah, she was. And isn't that interesting too? Because there's the lawsuit with Becky Patty and the vet, that Kathy Allen worked for the vet. And then you have one of the other interviews that's done is by a girl that worked at the vet. Isn't that weird? When Rick Allen spoke with the park officer official, were any formal notes taken and archived since no video of it exists? Yes. Well, here, this is the tip. The narrative stated. This is what was said. Right here. This little paragraph is what the note said. Mr. Allen was on the trail between 1:30 and 3:30. He parked at the old Farm Bureau building and walked to the New Freedom Bridge. While at the Freedom Bridge, he saw 3 females. He noted one was taller and had brown or black hair. He did not remember description, nor did he speak with any of them. He walked from the Freedom Bridge to the High Bridge. He did not see anybody, although he stated he was watching a stock ticker on his phone as he walked. He stated there were vehicles parked at the High Bridge trailhead, however, did not pay attention to them. He did not take any photos or video. His cell phone did not list an IMEI, but did have the following. So potential follow-up information. Who were the 3 girls walking in the area of the Freedom Bridge? This is Dan Doolin's note. This is the narrative. I don't sound like an idiot. Hold on, let me go back up. Don't forget the swinger parties. They weren't swingers, were they? No, they weren't swingers. That's Gilgo. The New York murders, Rex. Yeah, they were swingers. Okay, Grissom Air Force Base in Indiana. And was that the same? So is that where he worked? That's where he was interviewed, yes. Is that also where Robert worked at? Is that the same Air Force Base? Georgia. Hey, Coffin Dapper sucks. Is everyone behaving? Ha! Of course we are. God forbid, but if anything should happen to Ari prior to trial, would Ellie say the killer is no longer with us and case closed? Is that how it works? Yes, they could. Absolutely. And he never followed up. Nope. Never followed up. Right. And that's like when Sleuthy was up here, she was like, you know, if you see a really short dude, like, you know that it's a really short dude. Like, you remember that. And the girl said, one of the girls, it was either Brie or Riley, I can never remember which one, said that she went up to his shoulder. So, and she's 5'7". So that it means that he was taller than her. Mary, you know that the Peacock Network is the CW. It is the same company. It is the same program that is doing the Delphi documentary that was ironically being filmed at the same time that all these leak and memorandum, all those shenanigans were happening. That same crew or same network was filming in Delphi. And you know that now she's not getting a divorce because she needs that payday. Yes, Janie, but I don't have proof of that, so I hate to say that and then anybody run with it because I don't know that for sure, but that's what I'm understanding. Grissom Air Force Base is miles from Delphi. Right. Well, I don't think that had anything to do with that part, did it? It was just wanting to know. Let me see if I can find that article. CW Delphi documentary. Yeah, here it is. Are you gonna give me a freaking ad? Yeah, here. Here's the Delphi documentary by the CW, who's also partnered with Peacock, or Peacock owns CW, or vice versa. Which one is it, ATS? Somebody tell me. So the CW is officially moving into true crime. The broadcaster has ordered Crime Nation. It's a 10-part series from the former ABC News president James Goldston. It comes after Dateline revealed that Nexstar-owned network was developing its own true crime strand in the vein of NBC's Dateline 48 Hours in 2020. The series will premiere in 2024 and will follow mysteries, cold cases, and investigations. Each episode will be 2 hours long and will feature ripped from the headline stories and interviews. The cases include the Delphi murders, Lori Vallow Daybell case, the Gabby Petito murder, and the Gilgo Beach murders. So I talked to Kay Woodcock, and she said, yes, it is the same company that went and interviewed her. I asked her that on Twitter, so it's public, so anybody can see it that wants to. Yeah, same company. It's produced by Candle True Stories, the production arm of Candle Media, set up by Goldston. So yeah, it's all the same. The one that's doing the Gilgo Beach also just did Delphi and interviewed a bunch of people from social media, which I find very sus. It's a very weird thing why anybody would interview so many people on social media about a true crime case. That I don't get at all. And now they're talking to people about the Gabby Petito, and here's your Gilgo Beach. So, I don't know. That's freaking weird, man. It's weird to me that those guys were all in Delphi. They had the people from social media that they were interviewing come to Delphi to be interviewed. And all of this stuff happens at the exact same time. The military base that is an average rating of 3.7. Is there even another one that he could have worked at, Lynn? That's what I'm wondering. Doolin's official statement to defense was that he couldn't locate a recording for Richard Allen, not that he lost it. I think they only take steps to record relevant info, which RA didn't have. But if they're specifically asking him about that tip, Piper's like, that's what I'm saying. There are several. Okay, so that means that it could be, it doesn't necessarily mean it is the same one. Okay, thank you for checking that for me. That's one of the questions I still am pondering is like, why would he be taken there? Hi, DNA King. Hook me up with the producer and the director. I'll help write it. What does the recording have to do with the man's memory? Well, it would clarify what he actually says. And is it Dan Doolin that says, hey, were you at the trails between 1:30 and 3:30? And Richard Allen says, yeah, I left at 1:30. Because according to the defense, Richard Allen was there from 12 to 1:30. Candle Media's elevators on Sunset. Oh. The unsub and both girls walked across the river Up a money embankment. How does Ellie not have a single footprint from the onset? Well, one person was saying that they saw footprints, but I don't know. Now I'm back to being unsure if Ari is BG. Wife Lilith. We have Ellie, who are accused of twisting words of witnesses. He had a flip phone. All right, so let's go look at some of that. This is the probable cause affidavit. I want... That's Ron Logan's. I don't want that one. This is his search warrant. So this one actually is first because this is what they got on the 13th. Let me blow this up. So the search warrant, they're authorized to go into the house on North Whiteman Drive. They're able to look into, upon the property, the residence, the outbuildings, including a wooden shed on the property, the 2016 black Ford Focus SE vehicle located there. Said property being the residence of Richard M. Allen. The residence located on the property is described as a ranch-style house that is brick. It has a 2-car garage. There's a photo of it. The property also contains a wooden shed. There is also a 2016 black Ford Focus SE located on the property. Law enforcement is ordered to diligently search for any and all information or evidence of the crime of murder in violation of this code, specifically to search for handguns, .40 caliber ammunition, knives, blue sweatshirts, jackets, black sweatshirts, jackets, clothing, electronic devices, and a cell phone with that phone number, any other cell phones, and any other electronic devices located in or on the locations described above. Law enforcement is authorized to search these areas to determine whether or not there has been a violation committed as described in the affidavit at the residence, in the yard, the vehicle, and any of the appurtenances. Appurtenances? That's like the outskirts. You are further ordered to seize such property and da-da-da-da-da. Signed by Judge Diener. Oh, yeah, no, it doesn't. Yeah, he just forgot. He forgot when he was standing up on the stage, standing there with him. Doesn't even remember it. Yeah, did he really say that? Okay, so here's Tony Liggett. Crime of murder, there's a shirt. This is what they're allowed to go look for. This is what they're asking to go look for. Okay, so on Monday, February 13th at approximately 1:50, Abigail Williams and Liberty German were dropped off by a family member. On Tuesday, February 14th at approximately 12:17, the girls were found deceased. Their bodies were located in the woods northeast of the Monon High Bridge. Autopsy of the girls ruled their deaths as homicides and their wounds were caused by a sharp object. Investigators located Liberty German's iPhone 6S under her body at the scene and were able to recover a video approximately 43 seconds in length captured at 2:13 p.m. on February 13, 2017. The video depicts Abby walking on the Monon High Bridge toward Liberty while a male subject wearing a dark jacket and jeans walks behind her. Near the end of the video, the man is heard in the video telling the girls down the hill. Through further investigation of the location of the bodies, investigators also located a 40 through further investigation of the location of the bodies. That's important. Through further investigation of the location of the bodies, investigators also located a .40 caliber unspent round. They also determined that articles of clothing from the girls were missing from the scene, which included a pair of underwear and a sock. Through the investigation, there were interviews done with 3 of the 4 girls that were on the trails that day. The girls observed a male on the trails on February 13th that matched the description. The male in the video recorded by Liberty German. The 3 girls, identified as Rayleigh, Bree, and Anna, encountered this male near a bench east of the Freedom Bridge. The girls were on the trail and walking towards the Freedom Bridge to go home. The male they encountered was walking from the Freedom Bridge towards the Monon High Bridge. One of the girls, identified as Anna, described the male as an older man walking on the trails as they were leaving, and she described him as kind of creepy. In a text from Anna to Kyla, Anna described the man as wearing like blue jeans and like really light blue jacket, and his hair was gray, maybe maybe a little brown, and he'd show his face. Steve Mullen and Brent Ingram interviewed Anna, and she described the male as wearing a blue jacket and light faded blue jeans. Now let's pay attention. Let's go look over here real quick. Nope, wrong one. Nope, wrong one. This one. They interview Anna on 2/15 of 2017. Okay, so they interview her on 2/15/17. The jacket was a canvas duck type jacket. Riley was also in the group of 4 girls, and she said that she said hi to the man, but he just glared at them. She recalled him being in all black and had something covering his mouth. Riley recalled telling her sister that someone was in a grumpy mood. She went on to describe him as not very tall and bigger build. She said that he was not bigger than 5'10". Riley went on to say in an interview that he was wearing a black hoodie, black jeans, and black boots. She said that he had his hands in his pockets. Okay, so, and then Riley was interviewed, I believe, on 2/15 as well. Let's look. Riley, 2/15/2017. Now, an interview that was conducted in 2020 of Bree, hers really should mean nothing. Bree's should mean nothing because now so much has been out there by 2020. She was able to show the investigators a picture that she took on her phone of the Mona High Bridge with a timestamp of 12:43 p.m. Bree showed the investigators another picture she took at the bench just east of the Freedom Bridge. When they went, they were leaving at 1:26. Bree stated after she took the picture at the bench, they started walking back towards the Freedom Bridge. Bree stated that when they walked past the man who matched the description of the individual in the picture. Now, why in the world is she not interviewed until 2020? So let's go take a look at that real quick. I don't even think they have her on the list. Oh, yeah, here they are. Here she is. 8/27/2020. Bree Wilbur. She's interviewed at the marshal's office. And now she is saying that he matches the description of the guy that's on the bridge. But she's seen the video. Video's been out. And now we already even have a second sketch out by the time that she's even interviewed. And she received the scholarship money in the girl's name, in Abby's name. Okay. Walk past the man who has Detective Liggett believes the picture that she is referring to is the picture law enforcement released of the man on the bridge taken from the video Liberty captured on her cell phone on the day of the murders. Bree described the man as wearing a blue or black windbreaker jacket. She stated the jacket had a collar and he had his hood up from the clothing underneath. None of this should matter. None of this would matter at all that she said any of that. Because it's out there way too much. Bree told us that Riley said hi to the man and he said nothing back. Bree described the man as walking with a purpose, like he knew where he was going. Bree also stated the man had his hands in his pockets and kept his head down. Let's not forget that she also was with Kelsey when they went to the police station. And she still didn't give a statement saying, hey, by the way, I was there that day. She didn't, there's no statement with that. Why is that? She didn't get a good look at his face, but she believed he was a white male. As the girls left, they crossed the Freedom Bridge and the Railroad Bridge over Old SR 25. An individual by the name of Betsy Blair was returning to the trails to finish her walk. Betsy Blair is seen on the video at the Hoosier Harvest Store on 300 North traveling eastbound at 1:46 actual time. Blair saw the girls walking above as she went under the railroad bridge. On September 21st of 2022, Detective Liggett was provided a tip narrative, and here's the tip number to review. It was from DNR Lieutenant Dan Doolin. The narrative was as follows. This is literally what we just read. Same exact thing. It's like copy and pasted. Through the statement of Mr. Allen, he admits that on February 13th, 2017, he parked his vehicle at the Old Farm Bureau building from, here's where I have an issue with this, is from 1:30 to 3:30, and was on the trails at that time. That's not what he said. He said he was there between 1:30 and 3:30. Not that he was there from. Those are two different meanings. There is no Old Farm Bureau building anywhere close to the trails or bridges. Detective Liggett believes he is referring to the old Child Protective Services building, because he's now looking at this tip. So this is why he just believes it and can't ask him. And that was one of my big things. Why doesn't he just ask him? Can't ask him because he's just looking at this tip, and this is what he's coming up with. He's like, oh, he probably meant the Child Protective Services building. In 2017, Richard Allen owned a 2016 black Ford Focus and a 2006 gray Ford 500. Upon review of video collected from the Hoosier Harvest Store on February 13th, investigators were able to locate a vehicle that appears to match Allen's 2016 Ford Focus on the video at 1:27. Actual time. This coincides with Allen saying he was at the trails around 1:30. See, now look, this does coincide with him saying that he was there around 1:30. Not that he got there at 1:30. That makes more sense. Detective Liggett then examined the timeline for the day of the homicides. As previously said above, Riley, Bree, and Anna were leaving the trails and passed by a male matching the description of the male in the video taken by Liberty. Given the statements by Allen and the timestamp, this is not true, though. Hold on. Examine the timeline. As previously stated above, Riley, Bree, and Anna were leaving the trails and passed by a male matching the description of the male in the video. That's not true. Riley said the man that she saw was wearing all black. Given the statements by Allen and the timestamp of the video from the Hoosier Harvest Store and the statements from the three of the four girls, Detective Liggett believes the male the three of the girls saw was in fact Richard Allen. Allen stated that after he passed the girls and then he walked to the Monon High Bridge and saw nobody else. Investigators believe that after passing the Hoosier Harvest Store at 146, Blair parked at the trailhead entrance across from Mears' residence. In her interview, she says there are no other, okay, okay. Oh, gosh. He said, he stated there were vehicles parked at the High Bridge trailhead. That there are vehicles parked at the High Bridge trailhead. You guys, is that not the Mears parking lot? Because she says there's no cars there. She walked to the Monon High Bridge and a male matching the male from. Are they talking about the trailhead, like where it meets? Are they talking about the trailhead where the Freedom Bridge and the other trail meet? Are they considering that the trailhead? And he's saying there were other cars that were parked there? Which one? Correct. But which one am I correct on, Sleuthy? Hi, Ashley. There was only one tower in Delphi. I think Humanimal said there's two. One by Richard Allen's house and the other one by them. No? Am I wrong? Well, yeah, I think that's what they're trying to do. Yeah, no match. No match. He's really, really good at doing this. Never done it before. Doesn't make a mistake, but leaves the phone behind, but leaves no DNA. The trailhead is where the girls were dropped off. That's what I'm thinking, too. Okay, okay, Remy, go to bed. Go to bed. Was it Barbara McDonald that said she heard more of the recording and didn't think anyone said gun? Didn't? Yeah. Yep, Jen, sure was. Right. It's confusing because so what? But there. So what is he referring to? Should I just assume? It would be because you can walk by that trail that leads into there, and you'd be able to see if there were any cars parked there. So if they're talking about she didn't drop them off at the trail, so that's so the trailhead you do believe is right. Okay, hold on. Let me see. I think I have my map up. Let me see if I can figure it out. Maybe it'll probably kick me out. She dropped him at the farm at the Mears farm. I know that one, but when they're talking about the trailhead, I should bring up the other map where you can't, where there's no trees, because this is way too green for this time. But I'd already added everything to here, so. But you can see. So if you're walking the trail, this trail goes up to here, and think of it with having no green. I don't know if I have the other. I don't have the other one up. So this is the Mears parking lot right here, or the Mears but they call this the trailhead. So which one is he actually referring to as the trailhead? Because there's also, you know what? I am gonna pull it up. Give me a second, because you can't see all the things that you need to see on this one. Okay, hold on. Let me get it back to the right date. This is the closest that this has, which is it's actually April of 2017. But it's a better view for you guys to see what I'm talking about. So if he's talking about the trailhead, this is what I'm asking. So where in the world would they be parked? Where would cars be parked at the trailhead? Hi, 4 pit bulls. God, I'd love one. Okay, so the trailhead is Freedom Bridge, Buffalo statue, and train stuff, not the path from P Lot to Freedom Bridge. So you're telling me that this is the trailhead is over here? Oh, Grace, thank you. Thank you. I appreciate you very, very much. The trailhead is where the fork of the trail, I wish, could say versus text. Sorry. This is, see, this is like confusing to me. So he's talking about, refer to the High Bridge trailhead. That's what I'm wondering, because there's the only other place to park would be right in here. So the buffalo statue, right here. Right here. This is where I'm confused. That's asking a lot, Mary. So where is Richard Allen saying he saw cars parked? That's my big question. Because he's stating he walked from the Freedom Bridge to the High Bridge. He did not see anybody, although stated he was watching a stock ticker. He stated there were vehicles parked at the High Bridge trailhead. That's the Mears parking lot. No? That's the High Bridge trailhead. However, did not pay attention to them. He did not take any photos or video. Trying to tell me? Hold on, Jackie. Let me see. I wasn't seeing it. There used to be, I don't know why I wasn't seeing it. There used to be buildings on the west side near the new entrance when they set the bridge in 2014. Okay. The square you see is a larger parking area. I did see that one. Yeah, that would be great. Can you? Criminality187@gmail. Well, that's the confusing part because they're talking about the High Bridge trailhead, which I think problematically, I assume would be the Mears parking lot, right? But true, Jay Turner. But my point is if he's saying he didn't see any cars there, or no, he's saying he saw cars there. But then when they're talking to Betsy Blair, who parks at the Mears parking lot, she says there's no cars there. Thank you, Jackie. So that's my whole issue. If that's the trailhead that they're referring to, that he said, I saw cars parked at the trailhead. I walked by, I saw cars parked at the trailhead. But he's saying that's why I think that's where the confusion's coming in for me, is because he states the High Bridge trailhead. I can't highlight it for whatever reason. Why isn't that? There it is. The High Bridge trailhead. This is where I'm getting confused, I think. Because what is that actually stating then? He sees cars there. She does not see cars there. She gets there, the parking lot is empty. There are no other cars at the trailhead entrance at that time. She walked to the Monon High Bridge in a male matching the male from Liberty's video. She walked to the Monon High Bridge in a male matching the male from Liberty's video. It's a weird statement. You think that's the same? That's what I'm saying too. That's what I'm thinking that they're referring to here. But now I'm like freaking Liggett and just assuming shit. So I wanted to get some clarity. Yeah, he said. Dan Doolin says he said. She said both. Yeah, it's not that simple. Red Gate Trailhead. I'm with you. Right. They'll have a big map up that they get to point to things and actually show us what the hell they're talking about. A lot of cross reference. See, okay, all right. So we'll have to. That's a point we'll have to figure out then, because if he sees cars, or he sees cars, she says there's no cars. So what cars were there then? What cars would he have seen? This gets frustrating because this is when people will pick and choose what to believe he said. Well, he said he was there. Okay, well, he also said he saw other cars there. Oh, well, he probably didn't because he lies. Okay, well, then how do we know which part do we believe? And that's where everything gets all fucked up. Okay, so I'm gonna keep going because I don't know clarification on that because I don't know what the hell he meant when he wrote it. They saw cars at the High Bridge trailhead. And she says there's no cars at the High Bridge trailhead. And she sees a male matching the male from Liberty's video. She described him as a white male wearing blue jeans and a blue jean jacket. This matches the blue duck canvas jacket that Anna describes. Yeah, not the jacket that Riley describes, because Riley says he's wearing black. Blair said that the male was standing on the first platform of the moat on High Bridge, approximately 50 feet away from her. Blair turned around at the bridge and continued her walk. Approximately halfway between the bridge and the main hub of trails, she passed two girls walking towards the High Bridge. Blair said that she believed it was Libby and Abby. At 1:49, we have a car that matches Kelsey's vehicle. Libby and Abby would have been dropped off right before this video. Blair finished her walk and is seen on the Hoosier Harvester camera leaving westbound at 2:12. Blair said that she saw no adults other than the male on the bridge. So here's the next part. In his original statement, he does not say anything about walking out onto the first platform of the bridge. He doesn't say that. He doesn't say, yeah, I walked out onto the first platform of the bridge and I was looking at fish. That's not said in the original statement. Does that mean that we can all... I shouldn't use it, but sometimes I get frustrated. So she sees somebody out there on the first platform that looks like the person in Libby's video. Okay, great. And possibly matches what Anna says the person was wearing, but not the person who actually says hi to him, who's Riley, and Riley says he's wearing black. Blair said that she believed it was Libby and Abby. Okay, so we already read that. As Blair was leaving, she noted a vehicle was parked in an odd manner at the Old Child Protective Services. She said that it was not odd for vehicles to be parked there, but it was odd that it was backed in near the building. She said that vehicles often use the south edge of the parking lot, so they are closer to the trail to get to the Freedom Bridge. Liggett reviewed a tip from Terry Wilson. Wilson was on his way to Delphi on February 13th on the Hoosier Heartland Highway at 2:10. He observed what he described as the purple PT Cruiser, a small SUV-type vehicle, parked on the south side of the old CPS building. Notice what's left out here is the description of what car she saw. As Blair was leaving, she noted a vehicle was parked in an odd manner. No description. But he gives a description, and they put it in there because it matches what they need it to match. A small SUV-type vehicle parked on the south side of the old CPS building. Wilson said that it was backed in as to conceal the license plate of the vehicle. During their interviews, both Blair and Wilson drew a diagram and had the vehicle they saw parked in the same general area and manner. An interview was done of Sarah Carbaugh in 2017. She states that she was traveling east on 300 North. Okay, let's go see when her interview was done. She's interviewed on 4/1/2019. She's not interviewed until April of 2019, 2017. Nope, I'm totally lying and reading the wrong date. No, I am telling the truth, but she's interviewed here too. 6/7/2017. 6/7/2017 at 4:56 p.m. So that's her first interview, is in June. Then she's interviewed again 2 years later. June. So from February, so almost 4 months later, she's interviewed about the guy she saw on 300 North. Yes, they did. They changed it though, Mary. It was stated twice. So the FBI has a website that had like the information, and on there it said, I don't remember, Jackie, which height was that? Was that the first height or the second height? Because they changed it. They took it down and had nothing, and they changed it. Oh yeah, they also said the killer did not have blue eyes, and then Richard Allen has blue eyes. So, but I don't remember if that's the first or the second. So they changed the height. Okay, so she's interviewed in June. An interview was done upstairs, not in June of 2017, but just 2017. She states that she was traveling east, observed the man walking west on the north side of 300 North, away from Monon High Bridge. She stated that he was wearing blue-colored jacket, blue jeans, and was muddy and bloody. Well, we know that's up for debate. She further stated that it appeared he had gotten into a fight. Investigators determined from the video that she was on 300 North at 3:57 p.m. Richard M. Allen was interviewed by investigators on October 13th, 2022 at the investigation center. He was interviewed by Detective Liggett and Carroll County Prosecutor Steve Mullen. He agreed to come to the center and speak with investigators. He was advised his rights. He was further advised that he was not under arrest and was free to leave at any time. Investigator Mullen explained to him how to leave the center if he so desired. He stated that he was in fact on the trails on February 13, 2017. He further stated that he saw 3 girls on the trails east of the Freedom Bridge. And also that he went on to the Monon High Bridge. He also told investigators that he was wearing blue jeans and a blue or black Carhartt jacket with a hood on that day. This is incredible memory for somebody to know what the hell he was wearing 5.5 years before. He stated he also wore some type of head covering. He further claimed that he saw no one else but the 3 girls and that he observed east of the Freedom Bridge. Further, prior to the interview, he told investigators that he also owned guns. Okay. His wife spoke to investigators as well, and she confirmed that Richard did have guns and knives at the residence. She also stated that Richard still had his blue Carhartt jacket. Now we have Kathy Allen, who's being interviewed at work, right here, on the 13th. So she wasn't home and didn't go with him on the 13th. She was interviewed at work. All right, let me see what you guys are saying. They found the tip on 9/22, I believe. Yeah, no, they did not. They did not know of him for years. Now, something that is credible, that could be credible, I should say, is that they had whatever this is, this 10-3 auto zone in Peru. On 10-3, I don't know what this interview is. Now, does this interview pertain to? There's nothing really in here from 9/22 when they found the tip. So does this interview, do they do something with this after they found the tip, but before they actually go and interview him? Something to Say channel did a video about the car scene on the road and by BB. It was eye-opening. Okay, I'll take a look at it, Digital. Yeah, they just say he meant 4 girls, that he was just wrong. Yeah, Brad Heath was also there. So how do we know they didn't see him, who was out there working? But yeah, 10 minutes later. Why would Allen be talking about cars parked near Mears when he wasn't supposedly parked near there? His car was, according to authorities, was parked northwest of Mears' CPS. That makes zero sense. Well, because if somebody, maybe he would, because he walked by that parking lot, he would have walked by there. Would he have, I mean, he would have walked right by it and been able to see if anything was parked here. You know what I mean? Is he saying that he saw other cars parked over here? Was there cars parked over here? Those are, I don't know. And you would have seen cars parked there, so that would make sense. This one right here is 2017. It's just from April. This is April 2017. So it's the closest that they have in the history of Google Earth that I can find. It's the closest date. No, Skip, not that I know of. Okay, thank you, Jackie. I'll pull it up just a second. Okay. Let me do that real quick. While we're talking about the trailhead again. Okay, let me save this. Okay, so this is what Jackie just sent me. So here, the trailhead, the Monon High Bridge trailhead, over here. So he's saying that there was other cars parked here. And then, so he walked across the bridge. Or he saw them because, hold on. I get what you're saying. Here. So he's saying that well, I mean, if he parked here, he could have seen cars there too. See what I'm saying? I got you. I got you, Jackie. Thank you so much for sending that to me. The Monon High Bridge trailhead. And it is the high, I mean, it's called the High Bridge trailhead there, so. See, but Amgam, that's not written down. That's my problem, is he doesn't actually tell them what he was wearing in 2017. Maybe he did and they didn't write it down. That would be kind of dumb, but I mean, it's possible. But I don't put anything past Mr. Doolin. Okay, thank you for this. This makes sense. He could have seen whether he parked here, he could have seen over here. I wish it was more clear, but I see what you're saying. Okay. Okay, so Kathy Allen spoke to investigators as well, and she confirmed that he did have guns and knives. She also stated that Richard still had his blue Carhartt jacket. The evidence gathered shows that on February 13th, that 4 girls were on the trail when they observed a male individual walking on the trails towards the Monon High Bridge. The male was wearing clothes similar to the clothes of the male depicted in the video taken from Libby's phone. Investigators know that this male is the last known individual to have contact with Libby and Abby before they were murdered. And that makes sense. He's the last known individual. Does that make him the last individual? No, not necessarily. Just makes him the last known, which makes it more probable. Further, Betsy Blair was shown a picture of the individual on the Monon High Bridge, and she says that is the same individual that she witnessed on the trails and on the bridge. In an interview with Richard M. Allen done on October 13th, he admits that he was in fact on the trails on February 13th and walked past the three girls and continued to the Monon High Bridge. He stated that he was physically on the bridge. After Betsy Blair sees this individual, there are several other individuals on the trail that don't observe the man or Libby or Abby. Sarah Carbaugh then observes a man walking down 300 North with a blue jacket and jeans, and that he is muddy and bloody, as if he had just been in a fight. She has shown a picture of the man on the bridge, and that it is the same man she observed walking on 300 North. Investigators believe that Richard M. Allen is the last individual to have contact with Libby and Abby. Investigators further believe that Richard Allen is the individual depicted on the Monon High Bridge from the video taken from Libby German's phone. Oh, depressed. That's just a sad name. Don't have that as your name. That's sad. Don't be depressed. Liggett has been a member of law enforcement for 21 years. His role as a deputy and as a detective, he investigated numerous crimes, including murders. He's also been trained to investigate offenses such as murder. He's also participated in training geared towards murder investigations. Many of those cases, evidence of crime is on the individual's cell phone. That individual includes location evidence in relation to the offense, pictures or videos taken during or after, and evidence in furtherance of the crime or in an effort to hide their participation in the crime. Liggett has an opportunity to review the evidence collected in this investigation. He knows from his training and experience that when individuals commit offenses, evidence of those offenses in the form of pictures or location data is captured on that individual's cell phone. Liggett also knows that individuals tend to download their phones to other electronic devices or use their cell phones in conjunction with other electronic devices, including iPads and computers. Detective Liggett believes the information gathered from witnesses, video evidence, and admissions by Richard Allen is reliable. Richard Allen places himself at the trails, specifically on the Monon High Bridge. He further admits that he was wearing jeans and a dark Carhartt jacket. These clothes match the clothes by the individual on the bridge in the photo taken from the video from Libby's phone. Liggett was also able to corroborate the information that Richard was at the trails near the time that Libby and Abby, I'm assuming, were there. The picture of the individual on the bridge was captured by investigators from the video taken on Libby's phone just prior to her and Abby Williams being abducted. The individual in that picture matches the description of Richard Allen. Liggett believes that Richard Allen is the individual on the bridge. From Richard Allen's statements, investigators believe that Richard Allen was also on his phone when he was on the trail prior to meeting the girls. I believe that a search of the residence on Whiteman outbuildings that are probable cause to believe that there will be evidence located on the property of this offense. Due to the aforementioned reasons, a search warrant is being requested. Okay. Now, that's to search his property. Could be other girls that were there before. Well, we know that there's the three girls that said they were going to meet them there and that they actually went to the city park and were playing basketball. But there's a lot that can be left open for interpretation. But once again, the standard for to get that search warrant is very low. And I think they would have gotten that search warrant even if the statements were a little different. Without the bloody, I think they still would have gotten the search warrant. I also think that Diener would have given it to him regardless. So I don't think that they would have. I just don't see how the search warrant's going to go away. I'm not on the defensive side that they're going to make that happen, but I am on the defensive side that is their job to try to make that happen. But I don't think that it's not going to work. Okay, so this is now when he is arrested. So they pick him up on the 26th. They don't actually charge him until the 28th, and then they had the press conference on the 31st. And if he walked through by City Park, he would have seen 3 girls. That's true. If he was coming from the old Farm Bureau building, but wasn't really an old building, it was a new building, but the old Farm Bureau parking lot, let's see, that's tough for me. Yeah, why doesn't he say that he saw her? You know, they essentially had to have made eye contact. If we all grew up with Liggett, you would truly I know you've got stories to tell about Mr. Liggett. Okay, but even if you go by Ellie's statements, Ari was there between 1:30 and 3:30, but Sarah Carbod, the man, at 3:57. So how does that work if he was gone by 3:30? True. It is pretty close, though. It's pretty close to Freedom Bridge. It's not that far. It's not that far. It's only right over here. I mean, it's definitely within walking distance. And I don't have that screenshot, which I would love to be able to find again, because I know I had it at one point where the girls are talking about that they were actually at the bridge. They were going to meet up with Libby and Abby, but they didn't get there in time, and they left and went to City Park. I cannot find that damn screenshot again. But it's not that far. I mean, there's Freedom Bridge, there's the park, and there's the Farm Bureau building. But it is interesting because even in that search warrant affidavit, they talk about that people park downtown to go to the trails. The question is, did Ellie lie to get a warrant? Did Ellie omit exculpatory evidence to get a warrant? Yeah, intentionally. Or even what did the memorandum say? Intentionally or recklessly or whatever it was. What did they say in that? Okay, let me go back over here real quick. A lot of this is the same and copy paste, but there is a little bit that's different. So it's also interesting because they talk about all that they shouldn't be putting. Remember one of Judge Gold's things was that you can't be putting the girls' names, the names of minors. Well, we just read all the girls' names in the search warrant. They do a little bit better at redacting the names in the probable cause affidavit, but that search warrant they have no issue saying all the names. The walk from the old Farm Bureau building to Freedom Bridge is about the same distance as it is to several other trails. They're all linked because they all follow old train tracks. Yeah. So that's why they would park downtown. They can go whatever which way they want to. We have it. We have that list, Salty Sweet Tea. It's in here. Okay, so February 14th, victim 1, victim 2 were found deceased in the woods approximately 0.2 miles northeast of the Monon High Bridge. Their bodies were located on the north side of the Deer Creek. At the time, the Monon High Trail was approximately 1 mile gravel trail terminating at the Monon High Bridge. The Monon High Bridge is an abandoned railroad trestle approximately 0.25 miles long, spanning Deer Creek and Deer Creek Valley on the southeast end of the trail. Approximately 0.7 miles northwest on the trail from the northwestern edge of the Monon High Bridge is the Freedom Bridge, which is a pedestrian bridge spanning over State Road 25. Approximately 350 feet west of Freedom Bridge was a former railroad overpass over Old State Road 25. The trail terminates just west of the former railroad overpass. The majority of the trail is in a wooded area with a steep embankment on the south side of the trail. The entirety of the trail and the location of the girls' bodies were and are located in Carroll County, Indiana. Through interviews, reviews of electronic records, and review of video at the Hoosier Harvest Store, investigators believe that victim 1 and victim 2 were dropped off across from Mears Farm at 1:49 p.m. on February 13th by we know who. It's important to remember that what we have, that there's the time difference between the arrest and the search warrant. They've already been able to process maybe not all of the evidence, but definitely some of the evidence that they found at his house, which is how they got the probable cause to arrest him. Oh, Christian, gosh, no, I don't believe that at all. I don't think anybody's being very clear, and I think that's my issue. I know she did, but I think that's yeah, I know. And she says that she's timing it off of when she was talking to her boyfriend. Rick Allen was at work that day till 4. What? No, he wasn't. Who said that? I don't know where that came from. Why was there that testimony of those 3 girls omitted? Did it confirm RA's timeline, so they left it out? Did Skinner's statement reflect other suspect? That the murdered cop, what would he have testified to? I don't think he worked that day at all. But they say he went home. They say he went home that day. That's what the defense is saying. So I'm assuming they would be the ones that know. I don't think we know anything about him calling in sick or if he had the day off. That's not stated anywhere that I'm aware of. All right, so Mears Farm is located on the north side of County Road 300 North, where near an entrance to the trails. A video from Victim 2's phone shows at 2:13, Victim 1, Victim 2 encountered a male subject on the southeast portion of the Monon High Bridge. The male ordered the girls' guys down the hill. No witnesses saw them after this time. No outgoing communications were found on Victim 2's phone after this time. Their bodies were discovered on February 14th. The video recovered from Victim 2's phone shows Victim 1 walking southeast on the Monon Bridge while a male subject wearing a dark jacket and jeans walks behind her. As the male subject approaches Victim 1 and Victim 2, one of the victims mentions gun. Near the end of the video, a male is seen and heard telling the girls, "Guys, down the hill." The girls then begin to proceed down the hill, and the video ends. A still photograph taken from the video and the Guys Down the Hill audio was subsequently released to the public to assist investigators in identifying the male. I do believe it's important to note here that Anna says the girls are talking in between here. It says guys, and then the girls are talking to each other, and then down the hill. I also think it's important to note that this is the only time that we ever hear in anything that it says guys down the hill. Or we read that it says guys down the hill, not here, because we do hear it from the clip that they sent. But this is the only time that we see it actually written in a document that says guys. Only time that they talk about the gun. Audio was subsequently released to the public. Victim 1 and Victim 2's deaths were ruled as homicides. The clothes were found in the Deer Creek belonging to Victim 1 and Victim 2, south of where the bodies were located. There's also a .40 caliber unspent round less than 2 feet away from Victim 2's body, between Victim 1 and Victim 2's bodies. The round was unspent and had extraction marks on it. Interviews were conducted with 3 juveniles. They advised they were on the Monon High Bridge Trail on February 13th. They advised they were walking on the trail toward Freedom Bridge to go home when they encountered a male walking from Freedom Bridge toward the Monon High Bridge. One described the male as kind of creepy and advised he was wearing light blue jeans and a light, really blue jacket, and his hair was gray, maybe a little brown, and he did not really show his face. She advised the jacket was a duck canvas type jacket. That's Anna. Riley advised she said hi to the male, but he just glared at them. She recalled him being in all black and had something covering his face. She described him as not very tall with a bigger build. She said he was not bigger than 5'10". Riley advised that he was wearing a black hoodie, black jeans, and black boots. She stated he had his hands in his pockets. Now, Bree showed investigators photographs she took on her phone while she was on the trail that day. The photographs included a photo of the Monon High Bridge taken at 12:43 and another one taken at 1:26 of the bench east of the Freedom Bridge. Advised after she took the photo of the bench, After she took the photo of the bench, they started walking back toward Freedom Bridge. She advised that was when they encountered the man who matched the description of the photograph taken from Victim 2's video. Re-described the man she encountered on the trail as wearing a blue or black windbreaker jacket. She advised the jacket had a collar and his hood up from the clothing underneath his jacket. She advised he was wearing baggy jeans and was taller than her. She advised her head came up to approximately the shoulder. I don't think any of this can even, besides maybe the 2 time-stamped photos. So even taking that into consideration, the height really can't even be counted for either, because she's not interviewed until 2020. She advised that she said hi to the man and he said nothing back. No, that's not what the original statement was. In the search warrant, we just read it. She said that Riley said hi to the guy. Oh, she advised, maybe it's just blanked here. Riley said hi to the man and he said nothing back. She stated he was walking with a purpose, like he knew where he was going. He stated he had his hands in his pockets and kept his head down. She advised she did not get a good look at his face, but believed him to be a white male. The girls advised after encountering the male, they continued their walk across Freedom Bridge and the old railroad bridge over Old State Road 25, which is when we know that Betsy Blair supposedly sees them. Have any of you ever taken a picture of a bench? I know that was kind of weird. That doesn't make sense to me. Okay, so she took a picture of the bench, but I don't think that's, maybe it's just supposed to be at the bench. We know that they have so many typos and all this shit. Investigators spoke with Blank, who advised she was on the trails February 13th. This is Betsy. Video from the Hoosier Harvester captured the vehicle. This is almost verbatim. Advised there were no other vehicles parked across from Mears Farm when she parked. She advised she walked on the Monon High Bridge, observed the male matching one from Victim 2's video. She described the male she saw as a white male wearing blue jeans and a blue jean jacket. She advised he was standing on the first platform of the Monon High Bridge, approximately 50 feet from her. She advised she turned around at the bridge and continued her walk. She advised approximately halfway between the bridge and the parking area across from Mears Farm. She passed the 2 girls. She advised she believed the girls were Victim 1 and Victim 2. Video from the Hoosier Harvester shows 149, a white car matching Kelsey's vehicle, traveling away from the entrance across from Mears Farm. Betsy advised she finished her walk and saw no other adults other than the male on the bridge. Her vehicle is seen on Hoosier Harvester video at 2:14 p.m. leaving westbound. Betsy advised that when she was leaving, she noted a vehicle was parked in an odd manner at the old CPS building. She said it was not odd for vehicles to be parked there. She noticed it was odd because of the manner it was parked. Back to near the building, investigators received a tip from, that's going to be Terry, in which he stated he was on his way to Delphi. He observed the purple PT Cruiser, small SUV, south side of the building. He stated it appeared that it was backed in to conceal the license plate. Both of them drew their diagrams. This is still verbatim on the other one. Matched the area, the manner it was parked. This is the next witness. That's the other witness. That's what is his name? Wesley. So this is another witness. Advised that he remembered seeing a smaller, dark-colored car parked at the old CPS building. He described it as possibly being a smart car. His vehicle is seen leaving at 2:28 on the Hoosier Harvester video. Investigators spoke with Blank. This is going to be Sarah, who stated that she was traveling east on 300 North. She observed the male walking west on the north side of 300 North, away from the Monon High Bridge. Advised the male subject was wearing a blue-colored jacket and blue jeans, was muddy and bloody. She further stated that it appeared he had gotten into a fight. Investigators were able to determine from watching the video that Sarah was traveling at 357, same thing. Through interviews, electronic data, photographs, and videos from Hoosier Harvester, investigators determined that there were other people on the trail that day after 2:13. Those people were interviewed, and none of those individuals encountered the male subject referenced above, witnessed by the juvenile girls, Betsy and Sarah. Further, none of those individuals witnessed Victim 1 and Victim 2. And this is an issue for me because of Daniel Pearson. Daniel Pearson said that he saw somebody matching the description that came out at the trail crossing for the 501 and the 505. But they're saying, like, oh, yeah, there was other people there, but they didn't see them. Because remember, 2 years later, or 2.5 years later, Daniel changes his mind and says that he actually probably saw flannel shirt guy. Yeah, I don't think it's odd at all. My husband backs in everywhere. That's the only way he parks his car. He constantly backs in the car. And I never backed in my car, so he always made fun of me because I struggled with backing in a car. But I'm like, that's not how I ever parked. So, but anywhere he ever goes, he always backs in. So this is problematic for me because he changes his mind and says it must be flannel shirt guy. But how did he see flannel shirt guy at the trail crossing when flannel shirt guy doesn't see him until the bridge? They're seeing each other at two different places. Because you have flannel shirt guy who, by 3:21, I'd have to look at the timeline again. 3:21, let me go back to the map so I can show you guys what I'm talking about. So Daniel Pearson is walking, walking towards the bridge, right, at 3:15. He sees somebody coming out here and getting back onto the trail. Goes, gets back onto the trail, out of the woods. Comes back onto the trail, right there, at 3:15, right? And then him and the girl that he's with walk over to the bridge. They're fighting, arguing. Now 3:21, here comes flannel shirt guy, over here. Here comes Derek German, because now he still can't get a hold of the girls. So here he comes. He meets up with flannel shirt guy right here. Derek German does, and says, "Hey, did you see anybody down at the bridge?" He says, "Yeah, I saw this couple. They were over there fighting." He says, "Okay, no girls. Nope, no girls. Okay, great." So here comes Derek. He heads down this trail to go see if he can find the girls. Oh, thank you, Kel. I appreciate that. I didn't know what to say. You could do a super sticker too. Oh, Missing Unsolved Crime. He just gifted 5 memberships. That's amazing. Thank you. You guys are too good to me. Yeah. Terry Wilson, who's friends with Mercedes Moody, Vera Marchand, who's the niece of Becky Patty. And then they're all connected. I mean, it's hard to say they shouldn't be connected when you have a town of 3,000 people, but it's just very interesting on the connections. I mean, a teenager might say in a hurry or in a rush, but I doubt they would say walking with a purpose, like they knew he was on a mission or something. Well, you know, she was more adult when they finally interviewed her, though, okay? Because they didn't interview her until 2020. He was walking with a purpose. By the time that she's had time to talk to her friends and she's talked to, you know, Kelsey, and they've done all these things and she's seen all these videos, that testimony would never hold up. She's not even interviewed right away. I appreciate that. Thank you. That's why I'm like, I know it's kind of repetitive because we've all read these things before, but it's always good to like look back on them and just go, hey, what did we actually read? And now what does it mean? Knowing the things that we know now, does it still actually make sense? And some of it does, and some of it doesn't. So my whole point to this is the Daniel Pearson thing just doesn't make sense, because how does he see him over at the bridge, but Daniel Pearson sees him here? I don't get that. That doesn't make sense to me. So did Daniel Pearson just change his story because he needed to change his story? And also on here, when they talk about the composite sketches, this is another little interesting tidbit. So Daniel Pearson actually also has created a composite sketch. And on here, they actually say that it's David McCain in parentheses, because I'm never sleeping again. Never sleeping again. I know I cannot get a good night's sleep because I have so much of this shit that just goes through my head all the time. So Daniel Pearson does create a sketch. Are any of those sketches what we actually saw? We assumed that one was Teresa's, right? And we assumed that the other one was, who did we say the other one was? Riley's. But one could be his. And then I remember in a statement that, I think it was Tobe, or I don't know, it was one of the investigators, made the statement that there was even a composite sketch made of Mike Patty. So who makes the composite sketch of Mike Patty? Carl Abbott? He wouldn't say clad in black. He was clad in black. On a mission. I was a teen, I'd say on a mission or walking with a purpose. I can honestly say that. But I wouldn't say he was clad in black. Hi, Hunting Evil. True Crime Investigates. 2 FBI agents. One is now retired FBI agent. Michael Curtis, Agent Joint Terrorism Task Force, was already looking into groups. One is named now months before the girl's case, of people that were doing these types of crimes. And maybe I missed another comment that you made, but that is interesting. Who took a picture of the bench? Apparently Bree did. Apparently, or they just screwed up. Yeah, anybody who's not smiling. Oh, did you? Hi, Art of Deduction. What are you doing awake? Shouldn't you be sleeping? You will never hear the true story about DP's sighting. Try to find out when he recanted. Good luck. Oh, great. I feel like it was after the other sketch came out. But, you know, that's just me assuming, because I think it was after the other sketch came out, and he's like, yeah, you guys are saying that's the guy? Though that's not the guy I saw. I must have saw Dave McCain, because I didn't see this young kid that you guys are saying I had to have seen. That's why I drug myself. Oh, scantily clad. And why does no one want to look towards a drug ring involved, proven more than one murder? Yeah, proven to be involved in more than one murder. I don't disagree with you. Sarah's like, this is the most make-believe story. Is clad in black. Wanted clad in black. I just woke up. Especially for me. I don't believe you. You must have just woke up and been like, oh, I can't go back to sleep. I'll see what the hell's going on. Sons of Odin issue was a domestic terrorism issue threat-wise against wise. Agent Curtis had me looking into and naming names as an informant. Why Michael is one of the first agents there involved. I was supposed to shoot that cut off somewhere. Let me see if it comes up. I was supposed to get paid and got the text exactly when the girl's case started. The 2 agents, his partner and him, were already in Delphi. Ooh, dun dun dun. Or is it the impetus for the 2009 PC? Well, according to the investigators, it's because they already figured out who the first guy was, and now they're on to this other guy. But still doesn't make sense, because they originally had stated at the very beginning they had accounted for everybody that was at the bridge except for one person. And that was the guy on the bridge in the video. And that's why they wanted to talk to him as a person of interest, and then he changed to a suspect. But if that's true, and they're 2 different people, then there was 2 people they never identified. But then 2 years later, they identified the old guy, and then they went to the young kid. And I'm telling you right now, they tell you every type of story, and then at the end of it, it's like, hey, guess what? We told you guys back then this was what was going to happen. And it's like, well, you told us all of those things. So it's like you just covered your fucking bases. Sorry. No, we still don't know, Bianca. Isn't that odd? Still can't get a straight answer on how many people were actually there. It's a 6-minute video. He's nuts, but he puts deep thought into making the narrative work. The girl slowed way down, and Alan literally sitting in a car for 10 minutes. They probably are scared to look into the drug ring. Well, if you go with the theory that the drug ring is actually feeding money to law enforcement, then that kind of answers for why nobody's looking into it. But I don't know if that's a theory I've really thought too much about. I mean, is it possible? Of course. Probable? I don't know. They're no lineups. No lineups. No lineups. Okay, let me go back over here. Let's go back to this. Like I said, a lot of this is repeated, but there is additional information, so that's why it's important to kind of take a look at it. Further, none of those individuals witnessed. Okay, investigators' prior tips. Okay, here's his exact statement. We already read that. I'm not going to read it again. Investigators believe that he was referring to the old CPS building and not the Farm Bureau building. This is all the same. Investigators discovered Richard Allen owned the two vehicles. That's the same. Notice they don't ever talk about this motorcycle. This motorcycle that's now a really big thing. There's no motorcycles. Investigators note witnesses describe the vehicle parked at the former Child Protective Services as a PT Cruiser, small SUV, or a smart car. They do not say in here that it's possibly a what did she call it? A Ford Mercury, like the one her dad used to have. Investigators believe those descriptions are similar in nature to a 2016 Ford Focus, and I think that's fair. I think it's fair. Besides the PT Cruiser, really. I think it's fair to say you're not paying attention to exactly what car was parked there. On October 13th, Richard Allen was interviewed again by the investigators. He advised that he was at the trails. He stated he saw juvenile girls on the trails east of the Freedom Bridge. Then he went on to the Mona High Bridge. Richard Allen further stated he went out onto the Mona High Bridge to watch fish. So this is added because he doesn't say watch fish earlier. He's now saying fish. Later in his statement, he said he walked out onto the first platform on the bridge. He stated he walked back, sat on a bench on the trail, and then left. He stated he parked his car on the side of an old building. He told investigators that he was wearing blue jeans and a blue or black Carhartt jacket with a hood. He advised he may have been wearing some type of head covering as well. He might have been. He may have been. He may have been. This leads me more to the thing where I think that they were saying, hey, is this typically what you would wear? Do you wear things like this in February? He further claimed he saw no one else except for the juvenile girls he saw east of the Freedom Bridge. He told investigators, and they leave out the fact that it's 3, not 4, told investigators that he owns firearms and they're at his house. His wife has also spoke to investigators. She confirmed that Richard Allen did have guns and knives. She's interviewed at work, so they're not being interviewed together. She's being interviewed at work. He's being interviewed at on 9th Street, I think. She also stated that Richard still owns a blue Carhartt jacket. On October 13th, they executed a search warrant of Richard Allen's residence. Among other items, officers located jackets, boots, knives, and firearms, including the Sig Sauer Model 226 40 caliber pistol with the serial number 65627. Between October 14th and October 19th, the Indiana State Police Laboratory performed an analysis on Allen's Sig Sauer Model 226. The laboratory performed a physical examination and classification of the firearm, function test, barrel, and overall length measurement, test firing ammunition component characterization, microscopic comparison, and NIBIN. The laboratory determined the unspent round located within 2 feet of victim 2's body had been cycled through Richard M. Allen's Sig Sauer Model P226. The laboratory remarked an identification upon opinion is reached when the evidence exhibits an agreement of class characteristics and a sufficient agreement of individual marks. Sufficient agreement is related to the significant duplication of random striated impressed marks are as evidenced by the correspondence of a pattern or combination of patterns of surface contours. The interpretation of identification is subjective in nature and based on relevant scientific research and the reporting examiner's training and experience. He did not say how he parked. Nope. Not that we know. Motorcycles and PT Cruisers both have wheels. It can be confusing. Steve Pearson, Daniel's uncle, and Tony Liggett graduated together. It does not surprise me. Hey, Aries Fire. What about the white car with the paper plates? And wasn't it Brad Heath who saw did he see a white car or did he see the maroon car? Was that a white car? Because that's the other statement. Investigators then ran the firearm and found that the firearm was purchased by Richard Allen in 2001. He voluntarily came to the Indiana State Police Post on October 26th. He spoke with investigators about the unspent bullet. He did not have an explanation of why the bullet was found between the bodies of victim 1 and victim 2. He again admitted that he was on the trail but denied knowing victim 1 or victim 2 and denied any involvement in their murders. Carroll County Sheriff's Department detective has been part of the investigation since it started in 2017. He's had an opportunity to review and examine evidence. This is Liggett. Gathered in this investigation, Detective Liggett, along with other investigators, believe the evidence gathered shows that Richard Allen is the male subject on the video from victim 2's phone who forced the victims down the hill. Further, that the victims were forced down the hill by Richard Allen and led to the location where they were murdered. Through the statements and photographs of the juvenile females and the statement of blank, is that going to be Sarah, or is that going to be, maybe it's Betsy and Sarah? And, oh yeah, Betsy and Sarah were at the southeast edge of the bridge. Nope, this is going to be the juveniles. The 4 girls. Dun, 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 dun. We're at the southeast edge of the trail at 12:43 p.m., east of Freedom Bridge at 1:26 p.m., and walked across the former railroad overpass, Old State Road 25, after 1:26 p.m. and before 1:46 p.m. They walked the entirety of the trail and observed only one person. Only one person. An adult male. Betsy's vehicle is seen on video, 1:46, leaving 2:14, and she stated she only saw one adult male. Blank and blank described the male in similar manners, wearing similar clothing, leading investigators to believe all 4 saw the same male individual. Investigators believe the male observed by blank and blank is the same male depicted on the video from victim 2's phone due to the descriptions of the male by the 4 females matching the male in the video. Furthermore, victim 2's video was taken at 2:13. And blank, Blair, that's going to be Betsy, saw only one male while she was on the trail from approximately 1:46 to 2:14. Investigators believe Richard Allen was the male seen by blank, and the male seen in victims 2 video. Richard Allen told investigators he was on the trail from 1:30 to 3:30 that day. Video from the Hoosier Harvester shows a vehicle that matches the description of Richard Allen's vehicle passing at 1:27. Toward the CPS building. The clothing he told investigators he was wearing matched the clothing of the male in victim 2's video, and the clothing descriptions provided by blank and blank. A vehicle matching the description of his Ford Focus is seen at or around 2:10, 2:14, and 2:28 at the CPS building. Through his own admissions, Richard Allen walked the trails, eventually hiked to the Monon High Bridge, and walked out onto the Monon High Bridge. A male subject matching Richard Allen's description was not seen on the trail after 2:13 p.m. Unless you talk about Pearson, investigators identified other individuals on the trails between 2:30 and 4:11. None of those individuals saw a male subject matching the description of Richard Allen on the trail. Huh. Furthermore, Richard Allen stated that he only saw 3 girls on the trail, who investigators believe to be the three of the 4 juveniles. Investigators believe Richard Allen was not seen on the trail after 2:13 p.m. because he was in the woods with victim 1 and victim 2. An unspent .40 caliber round between the bodies of victim 1 and victim 2 was forensically determined to have been cycled through Richard Allen's 6 Sauer. The 6 Sauer was found at Richard Allen's residence, and he admitted to owning it. Investigators were able to determine that he owned it since 2001. Richard Allen stated he had not been on that property where the unspent round was found, that he did not know the property owner, and that he had no explanation as to why a round cycled through his firearm would be at that location. Furthermore, he stated that he never allowed anyone to use or borrow his Sig Sauer. Investigators believe that after the victims were murdered, Richard Allen returned to his vehicle by walking down 300 North, and that he was seen by Sarah Carbaugh walking back to his vehicle on 300 North with clothes that were muddy and bloody. Blank, along with the investigators, believe the statements made by the witnesses because the statements corroborate the timeline of the death of the two victims as well as coincide with the admissions made by Richard Allen. Further, the accounts relayed by blank and blank are similar in nature, and timestamps on photographs taken by blank correspond to the time the juvenile female said they were on the trail and saw a male individual. So she had photos from that day that she didn't turn into law enforcement until 2020. Some people speculate that he was involved in the crimes, but then there's another Daniel Pearson. I know, there's duplicates of people. There's another Daniel Pearson is the one that called into True Crime Investigates and said he was the one who did it. I don't know. So this is quite interesting. Now, did I pull up? Did I pull it up? Did I pull it up? Nope, of course I didn't. Why would I do that? Let me go find it again. Come on. Is it this one? I don't think it's this one. Yeah, here it is. Okay, we don't know if it was a confession. Maybe he said something like, I'm responsible for those girls being murdered. I could have saved them if I... That's possible. I could have saved them if I would have just stayed at the trails a little longer. Yeah, it's my fault if I had just been there, or if I had just, you know, something along those lines where he says, like, it's my fault. I need to hear it. Like, there's so many things that could easily just push me into the this is the right guy camp. I just don't have those things. They believe he was using his phone. They said that in the search warrant. They believe he was using his phone when he was there. Okay, show me that he used his phone when he was there, and show me that he used his phone at that time. That's easy, right? I mean, there's certain things that I just think would be, put it out there and I'm done. So, I mean, obviously I know I'm not entitled to those things. So, okay, so here's what they got. This is from his house. They got the cardboard box containing the Sig Sauer. They got a sealed plastic bag containing 140 caliber Smith & Wesson cartridge found in a wooden keepsake box on the dresser. This is the one that matches the brand of what was found out there. Sealed plastic bag containing 140 caliber Smith & Wesson cartridge found inside the Sig Sauer handgun. They took the sealed plastic bag containing 2 magazines, one filled with 9 .40 caliber cartridges and one with 8 .40 caliber cartridges. Sealed paper bag containing 1 black Sig Sauer handgun case containing 1 trigger lock with 2 keys. Sealed paper bag containing a paper wrapped wooden weave box containing 2 audio Vox device, 1 silver Motorola flip phone, 1 silver Motorola flip phone, this one, 4 car chargers, 3 wall outlet chargers, and a plastic bag containing 1 Lexar compact flash 1 gigabyte memory card. That's from Matt Clemens. Okay, so then they have from Vito, Mr. Vito. He takes a lot of clothes. So he has the 1 pair of dirty Thorogood boots, size 7.5. He takes 1 pair of dirty black boots, size 6.5. 1 silver double-edged knife and the metal sheath. 1 brown and gold silver folding knife. A black sheath containing 1 brown and gold silver folding knife. A black sheath containing 1 black-handled silver-bladed imperial knife. A black sheath, 1 foldable knife with a red and gold handle. 2 Ozark Trail knives. So notice like these right here are tested. The gun and the bullet. Those are tested. Those have lab exams next to them. None of this stuff does. So when they have this, none of this stuff had been tested yet. Where was I at? The Ozark Trail knives. One black sheath containing 1 knife with a wood ivory handle and a gold guard. 1 rusted old-timer folding knife, 1 sharp 2-blade folding knife, 1 black folding Gerber knife, and 1 black folding knife. 1 red-handled Crossley multi-tool, 1 blue multi-tool, 1 green and gold Indiana National Guard multi-tool, and 1 black multi-tool. 1 black sheath containing a brown-handled, silver-bladed Sabar Bowie knife. 1 blue jacket with red stripes. That's Adidas. 1 blue quarter zip sweatshirt. 1 black and green fox hooded sweatshirt. This is the sweatshirt that if you guys watch Mob Crew, Mob Crew, he thinks that you can tell that that's the sweatshirt that's underneath Bridge Guy, the blue jacket. He thinks that's the sweatshirt underneath it. 1 black and gray North End coat. 1 blue Carhartt coat. 1 pair of Timberland boots, size 8. 1 pair of blue Arizona jeans, size 34 by 29. Arizona jeans, Levi Strauss jeans. Winter gray hat with fur-like fibers. A black and red UFC hooded sweatshirt with a full zip. A quarter zip George sweatshirt. A black and blue quarter zip Walmart sweatshirt. A blue George sweatshirt quarter zip. A Kenneth Cole sweatshirt, a Fruit of the Loom sweatshirt, a Starter sweatshirt, a Spider hooded sweatshirt, black Spider hooded, blue sweatshirt with an old label, a blue Adidas sweatshirt, 1 brown fitted cap with a small bill, 1 black WRI stocking cap, 1 black NASCAR Ford racing cap, 1 black Adidas stocking cap, 1 red, white, and gray brown Canada stocking cap, gray and black Adidas skull cap, gray and white NFL Colts skull cap, a brown Carhartt stocking cap. This is interesting too. 10 pairs of gloves and 1 extra glove. 1 extra glove. Is there a glove left out at the scene? That's weird. Sealed paper bag containing 1 blue fabric strap and 1 blue-green fabric strap. A laptop, an HP laptop. This is an HP Pavilion. This is an HP laptop. Those are the serial numbers. Plastic bag containing multiple headbands. A cardboard phone box containing miscellaneous cellular information. A Winchester Supreme Elite empty ammo box. A smaller envelope containing, a sealed envelope containing 1 smaller envelope containing 1 Cruiser Micro 2 GB flash drive with Rick on the back. Sealed envelope containing a 1 TB Western digital hard drive. Samsung phone in a floral case. A miniature katana with a red tassel. 1 black sheath. 1 Rapala fillet knife from garage. 1 black sheath and 1 the best defense knife from the garage. 1 black external hard drive and cord. And 1 black iPod, a 32 megabyte SD card, and 1 256 megabyte SD card. Sealed cardboard box containing 1 black sheath with an animal imprinted on the front and 1 large wooden handled knife with a rusted blade from the garage. 5 miscellaneous vehicle chargers. 9 miscellaneous wall outlet chargers. Miscellaneous phone accessories. An HP laptop charger. 2 pagers, 1 black and 1 blue. 3 Motorola and 1 LG flip phone, an LG Verizon smartphone, LG's Verizon side slide smartphone, Motorola Verizon smartphone, 3 older cell phones, 1 AudioVox, 1 Nokia, and 1 Motorola. Sealed paper bag containing 1 cardboard box containing the Nokia Twist cell phone. So many damn cell phones. A Garmin Street Pilot. This is interesting too. containing a plastic bag containing a custom vehicle operations motorcycle cover bag containing a motorcycle cover. This has been a hot topic lately, this motorcycle cover. Sealed manila envelope containing a black Pixel 3A XL cell phone with a black OtterBox case, a Samsung Galaxy, sealed paper bag containing a sealed paper bag sealed by Steve Mullen, containing an Aquafina water bottle. DNA? Anyone say DNA? Anyone say DNA there? A sealed manila envelope containing a silver LG singular wireless flip phone. So now we're in the car. Sealed envelope containing a cutting of a carpeted area underneath the spare tire of the Ford Focus. A sealed envelope containing 2 plastic wrappers containing 1 swab from a driver lap belt and 1 swab of the driver shoulder belt of the Ford Focus. 2 plastic wrappers containing 2 swabs from the passenger side carpeted floorboards. So that's from the car. There's a lot of knives. It's got a lot of knives. Definitely likes the knives. So, and I can tell you just from looking at a lot of these from a lot of different cases, taking these swabs and things from the car are very common. I'm actually surprised there's not more. But like the seat belt, that's like, you know, typically where they do. I'm surprised there's not like swabs of the door underneath the door handle. I'm surprised they didn't actually take more, but they took 2 plastic wrappers containing 2 swabs from the passenger side carpeted floorboards. So I'm wondering if they saw something there that they wanted. This has been tested. This lab exam, this has been tested. The cutting of a carpeted area underneath the spare tire of the Ford Focus. So this was already lab tested by the time they put the probable cause for arrest together. The only other thing that was tested is the bullet from the keepsake box and the gun. And they tested the sealed envelope containing a cutting of a carpeted area underneath the spare tire of the Ford Focus. This is interesting. Nobody talks about that. And it was already examined. Yeah, the passenger. Yeah, Kelt, isn't that interesting? 2 swabs from the passenger side carpeted floorboards, not from the driver's side, but they do take the swabs from the driver lap belt and the shoulder belt on the driver's side. Very common. Sealed envelope containing a cutting of the carpeted area underneath the spare tire of the Ford Focus. This is interesting to me. All right, let me see what you guys have to say, and then we're going to wrap it up. We'll wrap it up. We've been on here forever. Any results back from those swabs? Well, so this is just when they did. This is just what they added into showing like what they had from the search warrant. But at the time that this was created, that's all that was tested. So obviously, there's so much more that was tested probably after this that we don't know any results on. So that's a big deal. So the reason I find this one interesting is just because that was one of the first things they chose to have tested. So it theoretically was either something very important to them, or it was something that was deemed to be good evidence if the forensic techs are the ones that are actually choosing what to do, because they'll do like, we feel like we can get a good read on this, or we feel like we can get a good read on that, and they make the decision what they're going to test first, or law enforcement comes in and says, hey, this is high priority, we need this tested right away. So it's either really important to them or it was really important to the techs, and so that's what makes it interesting that this was already done. Why am I surprised? Well, typically in a car, I mean, that's pretty protocol on what you just kind of take and what you swab. So I'm wondering why they only did these things, because the only one that's really protocol here is the middle one. There's so many other pieces that just by testing a car in general, that there's like the certain spots that you will go and just see if there's anything. You know, you'll swab them just to send them off to see if there is anything. Are those areas that lit up with luminol? That I'm wondering, is that's possible. It's possible. I mean, even if it does light up with luminol, you have to remember that doesn't mean that it came back to anybody in particular's DNA, but it's possible, and that could be why they were like, hey, we think something's here. But say, you know, he cut his hand while he was changing out a spare tire, and he got blood down there. That's possible too. We're going way too far into it. I can't. None of those things are. That's all just pure conjecture. I have no idea. Yeah, go, honey. You're good. No worries. Thank you, Aries Fire, for stopping in. I appreciate it. Appreciate you. You have some really cool knives. What are the odds of Odin-like crime scene and Odin patched guards in charge of a man arrested for the crime 5 years later? That'd be great to know statistically. Unless the girls were removed with the motorcycle cover. But he doesn't have a freaking motorcycle. He doesn't own a motorcycle in 2017, according to law enforcement. So why does he have a motorcycle cover? That's a question. And then when you go on here, when you go on to this, you know, thumb drive map, it talks about, you know, that they went back and they were looking for information on his old cars. And then they were looking for information on his new car. So here's the new car stuff. Not new, but the car that he had in 2017. And here it talks about Alan's motorcycle. But he didn't have a motorcycle. And MB Inc. even did the time lapse over his house showing what vehicles were there. And there's no damn motorcycle. Yeah, I'm not. This guy could totally be, he could totally just be the right guy and did it all by himself. It's an absolute possibility to me. There's just so many little intricacies that I just want answers for before I go, yep, lock him up, throw away the key. That's where I'm at. I don't know. I just don't know. And I was hoping after going through and looking at some of the stuff again that I'd be like, okay, I can see how these people are just sold on the fact that he's guilty. I'm not ready. I'm not there. Like, what information are they seeing saying this is the guy, this is him? What are they seeing that I don't see to put me there? It's easy to lose gloves. It's just funny because in Brian Koberger, didn't they only found like odds and end gloves too? Ari had evidence museum at his house. He didn't get rid of anything. I need seasoned investigators and crime scene specialists who know what they're doing and that aren't in the good old boys club to solve this case and get true justice for the girls and free RA. Or if he's the guy, lock him up. I'm fine with that. I just don't know how people are so sold already. Like, what are they seeing? Well, it's not, no, because it has you can see in the garage. You can't see all the way in the garage. So could it be in the back of the garage? Yeah. But then why don't they say that he owns one? Is it confirmation? Maybe, Laura, maybe. Bottom line, they have DNA, but obviously it's not RA's. So they have no DNA against him and they have no digital evidence against him. All they have is a magic bullet. It's the lamest case I've ever heard. See, Dom, I know. I'm just like, somebody make me see it, because I just don't. I don't. But I don't see that he's not the guy yet. I don't see anything that says that, oh, nope, no way, he's not the guy. I'm not there either. Because I get like that there's the weird parts about I don't know. We'd have to like we should do that. We should like sit down and just go through like all the reasons that he could be the guy and all the reasons that it's doubtful that he's the guy and all the reasons that there would have to be somebody else involved. We should just go through and just write it all out and see, okay, you know, like they do pros and cons. Let's just, the more I dig into the details, the harder for me to even pretend I think Ari could be guilty. I just don't think he woke up one day, skipped all the stages of escalation, and murdered 2 girls. I need to know. I need to know. The could be list is going to be short. Hi, Deets. Yeah, just let him go to damn trial in January so we can get this over with. We can all just know what they know and know what they have. I just am so, I literally could probably sit here and convince myself he's the guy. I could literally probably sit here and convince myself there's no way he's the guy. Because that's how back and forth this bullshit is. You have to work the next 4 nights? Okay. Nothing ties him to knowing the girls. But I do think that this was a crime of a premeditated / crime of opportunity. I believe that the whole thing was planned out, and then I'm just not sold that the person who did it, probably because I'm not sold on who did it, I'm not convinced that the girls were specifically the target. I think it could have been any girl or girls that could have been the target. I think he was just looking for the target. Some creators say he's the guy because he was arrested. Well, that just doesn't make any damn sense, because there's people who get arrested that aren't the right people. And the dog's yawning, sorry. When I first heard about the Odin theory, I thought that sounded ridiculous. Then I actually read the memorandum and went and looked at BH's Facebook pics myself. I was shocked. Yes. 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 And the whole playing acid trail. Like, why do you, how do you play? You're playing it. Like when Patrick Westphal said that, I cannot get that out of my mind when it comes to this crime scene and the fact that the people who know way more about Odinism and that type of stuff than I do have all literally said it's like somebody who is playing around. Well, that's because he's friends with Mark. So I'm sure that he has the rest of this because Brandon Woodhouse gave it to Mark. So maybe there's something else in here that I don't have. That's very possible. Mark had said that he had sent out 7 of these screenshots of the thumb drive map. I know I'm missing at least 1 because I only have 6. Now, there was still more because we know that Brandon Woodhouse sent him the whole thing. So there's still more to it. So do they have something? Okay, great. Maybe they do. But guess what? I don't have that. So you can't just come trying to tell me like, oh, I have the missing piece that you don't have, so you should just believe what I have. It ain't going to happen. I'm never going to be that person. Never, ever going to be that person. Show it to me. Let me see it, and then I'll make the decision for myself. And that doesn't have anything to do with Ruckus. I like Ruckus. So I'm not trying to call, I'm not saying just him specifically. I'm talking about the whole group that says that they have access to all this other shit that we don't have. So it's like, you guys don't know because I have all of it. And it's like, well, then just put it out there. Because, I mean, shit, the rest of it's already out there. What are you afraid of now, right? I mean, you put out the, then once again, I want to make sure this is very clear. This is not specifically to one person, specifically not to Ruckus, because I like Ruckus. We do not agree on this at all, but I think he'd be fun to like hang out with and have a beer. Yeah, just show it to me then. Like, you want me to stop talking about it and you want me to stop questioning that you're telling me the truth. Just show me what you got. Ruckus has access to Mark, and Mark is the one who has gone around and manipulated the world to think that he's a good guy and to get all these people to give him the information that they have. That's who Mark is. Mr. quote unquote, I'm such a good guy. And you cannot tell me to trust law enforcement when they're 1, proven to be liars, and 2, the other side of law enforcement tells me it's somebody else. So I can't just do that either. So, all right, I'm getting off my high horse. I think we've gone through, there's so much, there's so much in the motions that we could go through too. If we still wanted to dig more into this, if Richard Allen is the right guy, that's up to you guys. Do you guys want to go through more of the motions tomorrow? Do you want to look at something else? We could totally look at something. I'm good either way. It's really up to you guys. I think I covered the majority of what we know they have right now. I highly doubt that, but I highly doubt they have an expert that says it matches Ari's voice. It just doesn't. It just doesn't. Okay, so we can go through like the motions that have been filed, like the bigger ones. I know you guys hate me, but I'm almost tempted to go back through that damn memorandum, but I'm not gonna. I won't do it live because that took me 6 episodes before. Maybe we'll just pick some highlights of it. So.
I'm not going.
All right, you guys. Oh yeah, the FBI said it matched RL's voice. Oh, thanks, Wandered Amber. You know that's how we do it around here, sweet dude. Okay. All right, I'm going to wrap it up. You guys go enjoy the rest of your Wednesday if there's anything really left to it, and I will see you guys mañana.